Some people will ascend to become superhumans and thus enjoy the best life has to offer. Others, however, will continue to be controlled by their blood and transform into abominations. In this world, it feels as though everything is destined and resistance becomes futile, as nothing can be changed if you are abandoned by everyone. The plague will be your constant companion, taking everything you have and leading to the destruction of all you possess. At a certain moment, the protagonist questions what kind of fate this is, realizing that if he does nothing now, that streak of bad luck will never leave him in peace. With this in mind, the boy resisted with all his might and in doing so received a chance to be reborn. He put everything he had on the line after his left arm transformed. Deciding to hide among the superhumans, he began to think only of devouring and destroying, seeking to discard all the pain and misfortune of his past. He decides that from now on, he will write his own destiny. And thus the protagonist's journey begins. A year ago he was still an ordinary human being, but now he has become the Lord of Monsters. This happened around 10 years ago when monster genes began to appear within humans. As soon as these genes awaken in the human body, the person inevitably transforms into a monster. When this occurs, the human brain is overwhelmed by an insatiable hunger and seized by an unknown consciousness from the depths. This is how the protagonist ended up becoming a monster in truth, complicit in the destruction of the entire world. He claims that no one ever believed those who transformed into monsters retained any shred of humanity. Suddenly, a purple lightning bolt strikes the ground. It is a girl who declares that she will handle it. Irritated, she calls the protagonist by his name. Xingcun, she continues, saying he must not dare let the mutation take over his mind. Quickly, she attacks the monster with her power, questioning whether he is hesitating. The strike, however, seems to have no effect. The monster in question simply continues watching in silence. Surprised, the girl asks if Xing is truly hesitating. Smiling, she remarks that a monster who has lost its mind would not act this way. Shaking his head, the monster thinks that this foolish girl has not given up on him even after he has become this. Suddenly, the monster's expression shifts to something terrifying and he begins to roar. At this moment, he tries to land a punch on the girl while thinking that even though he is transforming into a monster, she still keeps trying to awaken his human mind. Crying, the girl manages to hold his fist, saying this is good. Joyfully, she says he is finally back. Meanwhile, the monster thinks he is already at his limit. Seeing the monster trembling with his hand on his head, the girl asks Xing to keep it that way. While he thinks he can no longer control himself, his companion still smiles as she hasn't given up on him. Unable to control himself, the monster quickly lands a punch. In the end, he ends up killing her. His target is completely crushed into the ground, but surprisingly, the girl is still alive after the blow, leaving the monster confused without her mask revealing the burn on her face. The girl tells him not to let this monster control him anymore. Unable to believe what's happening, the monster thinks it shouldn't be like this. Suddenly, his eye shifts back to a human form as he calls out for Z. Regaining his consciousness, he begins calling the girl by her name Zhu. It was at this time that he finally managed to recover control. Seeing several monsters approaching his friend's body, the protagonist becomes extremely enraged. Without thinking twice, he destroys all the monsters around him while thinking it's already too late. Completely furious, the monster starts cracking his knuckles. Deeply irritated, he calls the monsters detestable and says all of them who destroyed the world must die. However, there are too many enemies at once and they end up crushing him to the ground. The protagonist begins to be beaten by all the monsters around him. Affirming he won't accept this as he's defeated by the surrounding monsters, he begins questioning if he could have regained control earlier. At that moment, the boy wakes up, calling out for Zhu and wondering if he wasn't torn apart by the other monsters back then. That giant monster is now back in human form. Looking in the mirror, he questions whether this is really him. Looking to the side, he notices a bag with wine and some sort of paper. It's a receipt showing that today is June 15th, 2025. Shocked, he remembers that today is the 6th day after the university entrance exams and 1 day before his genetic test. Tomorrow is also the day he'll discover that his genome contains the monster gene. Thus, he will have a tracker installed in his body and face discrimination. In addition to being excluded from society as a ticking time bomb interrupting his thoughts, the woman in the shower says she can hear him saying other women's names while the hero thinks he now finally has a new chance in life, even if he can't exactly be called a good guy in the end. But the girl quickly leaves, slamming the door. At this moment, the protagonist's phone starts vibrating. It's several messages from his old friend who had passed away. The girl calls for Xing and says people know he brought a girl to his hotel room for his 18th birthday, and that they must be outside his door. Completely ignoring the context of the message, the protagonist only starts thinking this is fantastic and that hell truly protect you this time around. Even if he can't change the fact that his body harbors the monster, he decides he will definitely control it completely in this life and that now he has a new chance. He tells himself he needs to be fully prepared when his gene fully awakens, and he still has one more year until that happens. And he decides to make those monsters pay suddenly. His heart starts pounding heavily as his left arm begins to grow in shock. The boy questions whether the mutation was supposed to awaken in a year. He quickly realizes the main trigger for awakening is when emotions cross a certain threshold. He figures he must have crossed it when he woke up, and so he understands he will have to execute his plan a bit earlier. The blonde from the shower suddenly appears while the hero's face is completely deformed, smiling. He thinks he can still suppress this mutation, at least to the point where others won't notice. Grabbing his jacket, he says there's still time and decides to settle the debt of love he got himself into. Looking at the blonde, he declares that all of them are just close friends to him, and she sees him as a jerk, saying he's worthless. Opening the room door, he informs the girls that they'll all part ways from now on. He thinks it's better to question what he's saying, that he should take a look at his abdominal muscles. Then she states she has waited for him to reach the legal age for a long time. The girls approach the protagonist, saying they should try a little first, and that they all share their love equally. Meanwhile, the hero thinks he has always had a crush on mature mommy types, and that he has found plenty of them like that. As he runs from them, he declares that he is a carrier of anomalies and would definitely kill them all. And that's how he ended things, with this kind of conclusion. The pink-haired girl questions what he's saying, noting that she hasn't even tested him yet, while her companion says that even if he is, she wouldn't mind. Now outside, the boy states that all those women are liars. He remembers how, back then, all of them left when they found out he was a transmitter. All except the girl, who is still here waiting for him, even now approaching him. Ziyu comments that she could hear his heart beating for 7 beautiful friends. She then offers him a juice, saying it can heal his nature if he chooses. Xing affirms in his mind that he won't let her have any regrets this time. He then touches her face as she wonders why he's acting so strangely today. Xing leans closer, appearing as though he's about to kiss her, while this friend asks what he's doing. Suddenly, his heart starts beating in that strange way again. Irritated, he begins transforming, thinking that monstrous gene is getting hungry with anticipation. Curious, his friend asks if he's okay. But the protagonist only says he's hungry, thinking he needs to deal with this first. Suddenly, the boy starts running, telling his friend to wait for him at home and that he'll find her later. Sometime later, Xing is looking at clothes, thinking that according to statistics, about 5 of the population carries the monstrous gene, and that this is one of the reasons society hasn't plunged into chaos, because only those who carry this gene can transform into monsters. He thinks people could save themselves as long as they could control those who eventually turned into monsters. But he concludes that this is just morality, saying that in reality, almost no normal human would be willing to kill anyone carrying those genes. With a serious expression, he says that apparently he has found food. Looking at a mask in front of him, he realizes there's likely another mutant attack happening in the commercial district. Suddenly, a crowd of people runs toward him, begging for help. Desperate, they flee from the monsters, shouting not to be eaten. A man runs frantically for his life, wondering why there's a guy standing in the area. As he passes the young man, he begins thinking of a plan to save himself. Without a second thought, he shoves the protagonist, telling him to die in his place. Xing calmly approaches the monster, thinking it's food. Looking back, the boy smiles, realizing he was ignored as the monster likely thought he was one of them. Shocked, the man who threw him to his death begins sweating nervously. Wondering what just happened, he asks why the hooded boy wasn't eaten and declares that it's impossible. Meanwhile, the hero recalls another reason society hasn't collapsed. He explains that those who awaken internal powers are being placed in their own special department, known as the Extermination Department. Without worrying too much about the commotion, he states that hell leave it alone as the department starts handling the monsters. The man asks if all the people in the area were safely evacuated, while someone else notes that Link is still inside at the moment. He's likely facing a rank 2 monster, but Link is a skilled fighter and shouldn't have major issues. Meanwhile, something explodes inside the building. Gravely injured, the boy thinks that losing an arm in exchange for saving 23 children is a great loss for him. Quickly, Several monsters rush toward him to attack at that moment. With a killer expression, the boy uses his metallic flame ability. He rapidly begins slicing through the monsters charging at him, preparing to face another. He thinks he can't believe he lost his arm to a rank 2 monster, and that his reputation as a skilled fighter is at stake now. Suddenly, someone in a red hood appears to help the boy. Seeing this, his companion is surprised as the rank 2 monster isn't a big deal, but the couldn't figure defeated it with just their fists. He wonders where this rogue transcender came from, questions what their powers are, and how even the angel became so strong. Smiling, Xing looks back saying that it seems like the place needed cleaning as well. Link then warns the hero not to lower his guard. As the rank 2 monster won't die so easily with that, the hero charges toward the fighter, while Link tells him the boy can help bring the monsters to the security force. However, Xing ignores him and simply smiles, kneeing him in the face. Xing apologizes, saying it's not polite to watch others eat after the strike. Link collapses unconscious to the ground. Suddenly, the giant monster approaches behind the protagonist, calling him Skull and asking how he dared to steal its prey as he turns to defend himself. The hero says it seems the monster misunderstood that part, showing his mutant arm. He declares to the monster that it is the prey here, demonstrating immense power. The hero quickly manages to destroy an entire arm of his target afterward. He lands a direct punch on the monster's face, and the creature realizes this is the Lord's flame. Questioning why the boy possesses it, laughing, Xing states that the prey likely won't believe this. He explains that he was the monster's master and has the necessary experience to prove it. In shock, the prey asks if it's going to be eaten since they're all of the same kind and argues that they all belong to the king's force. It asks the boy if he intends to take on the king's power. Irritated, the monster calls the boy a traitor, declaring that he must die, and at that moment, several other monsters approach him. As he looks at the monsters, Xing questions what the monster means by the king. He asks if it's referring to the big boss, that terrifying figure, and says it's perfect since he's decided to devour it too. You must die, the opponent states, warning that the king won't let him go so easily. Meanwhile, from outside the district, one of the men working in containment is surprised, noticing the monsters have become weaker for some reason. He comments that they're no longer as unified as before and argues this makes them easier to handle. He explains that if there's a high-ranking monster in the group, the lower-ranking ones will work together under the higher-ranked monster as their leader. He adds that the monsters losing their unity likely means Lynch killed the rank 2 monster inside the district at this point. He tells his companions there's no issue at this location and that they should check on Lynch now. Sometime later inside the district, the man calls out for his companion. Seeing the boy, he notes that, as expected, the rank 2 monster is dead. However, he notices the presence of 3 more children and sees that something has happened to the fighter's arm. One of the boys approaches, saying Lynch shouldn't worry even if he lost his arm and that he can show off as much as he wants since he saved 3 kids. Holding his arm, the fighter explains that it wasn't him. Irritated, he says some idiot knocked him unconscious after killing that monster. He then says something happened as soon as he woke up. He mentions he was probably eating that monster and that his left arm was burning with some kind of blue flame, concluding that he has seen the boy's face crossing his arms. The man states that in cases where a monster devours another, the devourer would also have been consumed if that were true. Gravely serious, the man talks about the boy's power to defeat the rank 2 monster and suggests enlisting him in the exterminator rescue operation force. In light of the danger, he says they must issue a presence directive for this individual. He reports that the unregistered transcender is suspected of having muscle strengthening power with metallic attributes or possibly fire attributes. He explains that transcenders tend to have this kind of prideful and arrogant attitude and believes they'll outperform those who were trained for this. He mourns that someone like this will definitely fall under societal control in the future, so it's better to eliminate them while they still can. The hero sighs, saying everyone talks about the essential stages of evolution being the easiest, yet it's surprising that he evolved directly to rank 2. Looking at his building, he notices his home is still intact and that the apartments in the area remain standing. He recalls that after dealing with all the girls, he arrived there at 3 a.m., and when he returned, everything was dark because the community was experiencing a blackout. He explains that the entire area also lost power, and that apparently, all the electricity was redirected and absorbed by Zhu, who was in his house at the time. Then, due to the initial awakening of her powers, the table ended up losing control. Thus, she accidentally destroyed the entire apartment complex where she lived, killing 136 people in the building. including her parents. This incident caused severe mental trauma for the girl, along with a scar on her face that never healed. Picking up his phone, the boy notices it's already past 11:30, and that there are about 4 hours left until 330. He realizes he has enough time, but upon closer inspection, he notices the streetlights shouldn't be turning off at this time. Confused, he wonders what's happening here. Meanwhile, inside the girl's apartment, Zhu's hand begins to tremble as purple lightning appears. The table becomes extremely confused about what's happening as the lightning strikes her phone. Nervous, she realizes she can't move, calling out for her father and mother. She says her body feels paralyzed, that she can't move, and she can't even speak loudly. Confused, she wonders if this is what people call an uncontrolled awakening, and states that she can feel electricity coursing continuously through her body. Desperate, the girl gently pleads for it to stop trying to take over, as she can't control it. Nervous, she realizes that if she loses control now, she could endanger her mother and father. However, she becomes frantic, knowing she can't hold it in much longer, so she decides to call for help. She calls out Xing's name. But as she looks ahead, she notices something strange. Hearing her prayers, the hero appears, telling his friend not to worry because he's there now. Surprised, Zhu asks how he got to the top. Getting straight to the point, he says there's no time to explain and that she needs to trust him. A bit hesitant, his friend eventually agrees. Smiling, Xing tells her not to scream no matter how scared she is, as it will wake her parents. Then, his friend says he should wait before touching her because of the electricity around her. At that moment, she notices the protagonist's black arm and that she can feel the electricity from her body being redirected to him. The hero then explains he can't maintain direct contact with her for long and gently asks for her forgiveness without hesitation. He throws his friend out the window, saying instead, "Hell, go to the roof." Realizing what's happening, the girl starts screaming. However, she covers her mouth to avoid waking her parents while thinking she's gonna fall quickly. The hero leaps high into the sky. Holding the girl in his arms, he tells her to hold on tight to him, revealing his secret. He explains that when he devoured Monster Chump 2 at 20 years old, he discovered he gained a new ability. This ability is tentacles. Using his new skill, the boy manages to reach the rooftop. Smiling, the protagonist explains that the girl is going to electrocute him to death. He tells her to be quick and release all the electricity in that spot, pointing upward. He says she should release everything toward the sky. Stuttering, his friend simply agrees. Zio begins to release a massive amount of energy. The girl releases all the energy through her mouth toward the heavens, just as the protagonist instructed. Smiling, Xing expresses relief that now those unfortunate events from the previous life won't repeat. When she wakes up, his friend notices how different the boy's hand looks. Explaining, he says he's now transformed into a monster but is happy because he managed to suppress it to just his left hand. Irritated, Shou calls him an idiot, saying he shouldn't say that out loud and definitely shouldn't tell anyone. She comments that he'll be in danger once discovered and that he could have come up with an excuse for it, asking why he's laughing. He says it's serious, so he should stop joking around. However, the hero keeps laughing, saying he'll be honest with her since she asked. Smiling, he says she's the only person in this world he trusts unconditionally. However, Shou comments that he must say the same thing to his other 7 girlfriends, but even so, he denies it and she says no one will believe him spotting a shooting star. The girl says that even if it is, she won't close her eyes and make a wish with him around. However, the protagonist questions what she's talking about and says it's probably just some genetic research lab. He explains that her power caused a big disturbance, and right now they're surely trying to find her. Suddenly, an old man in a lab coat appears, saying he needs to locate 2 people on the roof, and one of them is likely the one who unleashed such uncontrollable power. Approaching them, the man says they don't need to worry as they're from the Genetic Research Institute, and asks which one of them released the electricity quickly. The girl responds that it was her. The old man then says she did well as being on the rooftop, avoided significant damage, and he asks the nurse to give them the transcendent test. With a sharp look, he comments that the boy might have awakened some transcendent power as well, seeing that he was completely unscathed. He then asks for a bit of the girl's blood. Seeing the vial of blood, he questions what kind of divine phenomenon this is. He states he's going blind, and that this girl will certainly surpass the record for having the highest percentage of transcendent genes. The nurse is also collecting the boy's blood, while he thinks that she's wasting the precious reagent test on him. The nurse then informs him that he also has transcendent genes, but his reaction appears to be very weak. However, the old man insists on sending his sample to the lab for further testing. Seeing this, the boy is shocked, wondering if the test is defective. After all, as far as he remembers, his body only contains monster genes, but that he recalls devouring a monster that had bitten the exterminator's arm. A thermometer is applied to Xingcun, and it's explained that he has only one transcendent genes in his body. This means he is the person with the lowest percentage of transcendent genes in history. The girl conducting the test says that even though he has few transcendent genes, his body is still very strong. Annoyed, the boy asks if he can put his shirt back on. She says yes. Xingcun appears more at ease as he managed to gain a small amount of transcendent genes. He wonders if it's because his body is partially monstrous, or because he consumed a monster while absorbing some transcendent flashes. But it doesn't matter. He managed to get some transcendent genes and knows he could obtain more to enter the MANHUA institution. He then asks the nurse if he has enough genes to enter the institution. The nurse says that anyone with transcendent genes can enter and he could as well, adding that she could act as an older sister to help him get into the institution. She encourages him to proceed with the registration process. He decides to thank her. The nurse opens the door and two young men approach, saying they heard that the world record for genes in a single person was broken, and that it surpassed 95. They run off and Xingcun hears everything. He knows they're talking about Zhu, and while he used to be concerned about his 99 monster mutated genes, he never realized the chaos Zhu causes. The doctors and nurses observe Zhu and the vast amount of energy she can transmit through her body. They comment that she's a prodigy with 95 transcendent genes. Xingcun overhears the nurse saying that 90 of the top-ranked transcendents cannot be near her due to the level of electricity she emits. Everyone is quite stunned by Zhu's abilities. She continues releasing more voltage through her body, reaching 1000 V. Yet she remains composed. The girl keeps breaking records, even reaching 2000 V. No one can stay near her due to the immense energy she's emitting. They begin to wonder if she's truly human. Even transmuting over 2000 V, she says she doesn't feel anything. Zhu then reaches 3000 V and decides it's better to stop. The doctor asks if she has reached her limit. She says no, but she's tired of emitting so much electricity. The girl says she feels like she might lose control if they continue the test, potentially destroying the entire facility. The doctors and researchers decide to stop the test, noting that 3000 V is the limit she has shown so far, and that it's their only reference. Xingcun introduces himself and asks to enter the facility. He presents himself as Zhu's friend, but is denied entry, as the high level of electricity in the environment makes it unsafe. The head of the Fan family appears alongside his son, Fan Shizai. They request entry into the lab to analyze Zhu. Fan Shizai enters the room and talks to Zhu. She asks him not to come closer, as her electricity could burn him. Fan Shizai introduces himself and assures her not to worry, as he also has the power of fire, meaning nothing can burn him. He holds her hands, and she feels a bit startled by the boy. Xingcun then gets irritated by Fan Shizai's approach towards Zhu. Shizai's closeness to Zhu is then explained. He says that when they enter the school, they will be separated into groups, and that he hopes Zhu will join him. The leader of the Fan family then speaks to Shizai. He says that he has to leave things behind to go to another institution. The boy simply nods. Shizai then leaves the place, and says he hopes Zhu will think about his proposal more carefully. Outside, Shizai tells his uncle that the girl is a genius, as she has 95 transcendent genes, and he wants her in the family. The phone rings. It's someone from the lab. They say they already have Xingcun's test results, and that he has only one transcendent genes in his body. The lowest historical record for transcendent genes in a body. Uncle Fan evaluates that a person with only one transcendent genes in their body is just a normal human, and that the institution should not accept Xingcun as a student. Shizai and Xingcun are talking together. They are still at the examination site. Suddenly, someone tries to open the door. It is a nurse who says that Zhu's parents are at the reception. The girl is happy to meet her parents before meeting her parents. The girl says she is very happy to share the good news, and is very proud to be at the same school as Xingcun again, her childhood friend. She then heads toward her parents. The nurse, big sister, remains in the room, looking downcast. Xingcun then questions what happened. She apologizes to the protagonist and says that his application process was denied. According to the nurse, they said that a person with only one transcendent genes is no different from a normal human. The boy questions why, as the nurse had said that anyone, regardless of the percentage with a transcendent gene, could enter. She says that's what they told her. However, the nurse says she will try to help Xingcun reapply for a spot at the school. She says it doesn't matter if he is rejected again. She would help him try for a spot even 80 times if necessary. The boy then thanks the nurse for her support, but says it won't be necessary. Since they chose to keep him away and determined that one genes aren't enough to enter the school, the nurse could get into trouble if she tried to help, so he thanks her and says it's not necessary. Lost in thought, Xingcun thinks he will need to use his monster genes to enter the institution. At that moment, the nurse's phone rings. She reads the message and says they are now considering that Xingcun does have the necessary genes to enter the school, and that they will give the boy another chance. He wonders what the directors are thinking to approve him. It is explained that there will be one final test and those whose powers haven't awakened yet will participate, and if they pass, they can enter the institution. The boy agrees to participate. Elsewhere, Shize and his uncle Fong are talking. They talk about the final test, which was Kenshi's idea. Fong states that this test is just a break from the rules. He analyzes that if the boy passes the test, it will be a slap in the face, as passing with only one mutation would be very difficult against some of the students participating in the test. Thinking about the Fong family's reputation, Shize says they will prevent the boy from passing that test and protect the family and uncle's reputation. Fong declares that Xingcun will not pass the test, as with one genes he is not allowed to enter the world of transmuted beings. Far away, two workers are talking. One notices the other isn't acting normally. He says he's fine, just overwhelmed with work. Hidden sees a phone on the ground. He picks it up and sees a message saying over 1 million has been deposited, which is far more than the value of losing his job. Hidden goes to talk to his boss and says he doesn't want to continue working for the company. That said, the participants of the final test to enter the school are introduced. Xingcun is presented as a male participant, 187 meters tall, with only one transcendent genes. They believe the boy has not yet awakened. It is explained that the 10 million deposited is in the account of one of the employees who will try to rig Xingcun's test. The employee then says it is the easiest job of her life and assures her she will indeed manage to deliver the tampered test for Xingcun. Days later, the students prepare for the final test. Xingcun is observed through the cameras in the control room. The researcher then wonders how Xingcun is still present, since it seems he hasn't eaten in days. He appears very thin and frail. They then laugh and say that no one will need to sabotage the boy's test because he will fail on his own. While other people have their energy reserves completely full, Xingcun is extremely hungry. He states that he wants to eat everyone there and that their bodies have some genes that are not yet awakened, which is what he needs. The rules of the final test are announced by the employee who is paid to tamper with Xingcun's test. She then says there are 17 participants. Then, she corrects herself and says in fact there are 18 participants, as an extra one was allowed for that day. She states that the extra person is not a student. Everyone turns around and finds Xingcun looking extremely hungry. She then explains that there are only 3 tickets available for those who wish to return to the school. The students accept this, understanding that 18 people are competing for the 3 tickets granting a return to the school. Xingcun cannot focus on what is being said. He only thinks about eating and how hungry he is. The protagonist is then called to take the test. He notices the sarcasm in the woman's voice. He also sees blood on the gate where he will begin the test. Being highly intelligent, he realizes that this blood could attract more monsters to the area. The employee who was paid to tamper with the test says that once the test truly begins, all the monsters will head straight to where Xingcun is, as he is covered in blood. She explains that these monsters are 5 times stronger than humans, and because of that, Xingcun is unlikely to survive. She says the boy's only chance of survival is to escape through the door behind him. However, to do so, he would have to survive the test in order to open it and escape. Furthermore, she emphasizes that they will not stop Xingcun, and if he wishes to quit, he still has time. She turns her back and says he has only 10 seconds to prepare. Confident about what will happen to Xingcun, the woman then leaves the room. She returns to the control center. Everyone is very attentive to what is happening in the area. She then enters to speak with the boss and says everything is going as planned. They place bets. The boss says he believes Xingcun will not survive even the first 5 seconds against the monsters near him. The ceiling opens and monsters begin falling to participate in the test. Sarcastically, The boss and the woman paid to sabotage Xingcun's test start counting to see how long it will take for the boy to die. The area where Xingcun is opens its doors. They do not understand why the boy chose to go out and face all those monsters. They wonder if he is trying to die unbothered by anything. The boy moves toward the monsters and calls them food. Confidently, Xingcun says he forgot that the monsters still see him as one of them, as he is a monster himself, and he states he is even hungrier. Observing everything from the command center, the woman who was paid and the boss cannot understand why the monsters are ignoring him. They believe it is because the blood-covered gate is more appealing than Xingcun himself. The boy then manages to grab the first ticket, leaving everyone in shock since the monsters didn't go after him. At this moment, another competitor appears and says the first ticket belongs to him, trying to snatch it from the protagonist's hand. He mocks Xingcun, saying his powers are not intimidating and wants to know if the boy will be scared by him or not. At this moment, a massive monster heads toward the boy. The boy becomes terrified and questions what is happening in his mind. He believes the monster was created directly by his thoughts. Starving, Xingcun then transforms into a monster, scaring the boy who tried to take his token. In complete surprise, the boy questions whether his mental strength is even greater. Xingcun's monsters then come to life and everyone questions how he looks more like a monster than a human. All the monsters present at the scene move toward the blood-stained cage, completely ignoring the opponents in the center of the battle. After noting the presence of another boy besides Xingcun on the battlefield, the monsters head toward the blue-haired boy, who is surprised. Xingcun speaks to the monsters, saying he knows they want to eat the person behind him, but he declares that he is the one truly hungry and wants to eat first. He then feeds on the monster's genes and says that after months he has finally received a substantial meal. At this moment, he thanks his brothers. The monsters revolt against Xingcun. He asserts that he only ate a little, yet he is being treated as the enemy. In this case, he doesn't understand what's happening. The people in the control room also don't understand why Ying is completely cornered and why the monsters around him are not attacking him. Wu Ying then shouts, calling Xingcun an idiot, saying he couldn't possibly kill a monster like this, meaning a massive monster. As he speaks, the protagonist attacks the monster, which collapses beside him. Everyone watches in disbelief at what is happening. Seeing Xingcun practically playing with the monsters instead of defending himself as expected, they then realize that Xingcun indeed has the potential to kill a monster, which shocks everyone. Beyond killing one monster, Xingcun also defeats another, totaling 2. The blue-haired boy appears perplexed as he doesn't understand anything that's happening. He just wants to enjoy the moment watching Xingcun kill multiple monsters. He believes the boy is incredibly strong, especially mentally. The person who was bribed to sabotage the protagonist's test cannot comprehend how a simple boy like him could kill monsters in such a manner. Despite everything, the boss tells her not to worry. Participants then join the battlefield. The other students say it's normal to be a bit more aggressive at the beginning of the test. At this moment, Xingcun is introduced. He states that the ticket will not belong to Xingcun. The blue-haired friend tries to warn Xingcun not to get angry with the hero, explaining that he is a dangerous boy. Irritated, Zhang says he considered one of his greatest allies and feels humiliated by the suggestion that he couldn't stand up to the other boy even though he's slightly stronger. Wu tries to explain, saying his friend doesn't understand what's happening. However, Xingcun remains firm, claiming they are underestimating his powers. The argument continues between Xingcun and Xingcun. The monsters then appear on the scene. The boys who are fighting say it's not a problem. They just need to fight and face them. Even so, they continue fighting, determined to confront the monsters and score points. One bald student charges at a monster. At that moment, he is struck and falls, being eliminated from the test, leaving everyone else shocked. At this point, Shang calls him stupid. Xingcun continues provoking Xingcun. At this moment, the boy can no longer stand the provocations and charges at his opponent. Throwing a powerful punch, the protagonist realizes he is using the wrong hand and that he would kill the boy if he used his left hand. Xingcun knows his left hand is already completely mutated and that, after killing 2 rank 2 monsters, the other hand could also be significantly affected. He also knows his strength is at least 10 times that of a normal human, and if he uses it, he could kill his opponent. Xingcun understands he cannot kill someone at this moment, so he decides to go easy on the boy, provoking him. He reduces his strength and lands a punch beside the boy's face. Rather than a full-force blow at that moment, everyone screams at Xingcun. His sister, Xiao Tao, panics upon seeing her brother fall. The hero then realizes he underestimated himself. He panics. Fearing he might have killed the boy, he pleads for Xingcun not to die and to keep breathing. He then asks if anyone else there wants the ticket he obtained earlier. The boy is hit by the monster introduced as Bao Zi. Another boy grabs him by the collar and asks Xiao for help. Xiao, however, says he cannot go very far as he is quite injured. Xingcun tells him to go help his companion and offers to pay him 50 coins if necessary. Noticing that the boy wouldn't make things easier, Xiao apologizes and hands the ticket back, saying that the ticket belongs to Xingcun and that he can keep it. The boy thanks him and leaves. In the control center, no one understands how this happened or why everyone is bowing to the protagonist. The control center then takes action and decides to put even more pressure on the participants, sending monsters number 21 through 23. According to the explanation, monsters ranked above 20 are even stronger than rank 1 monsters and could easily kill everyone present. The boss then says not to worry as no one will die, much less Xingcun. He states that the boy will not die and that probably only his powers will awaken. He goes on to explain that monsters ranked above 20 are in an experimental zone, and the door separating the experimental zone from the other zone has already been opened. The gates open, allowing the monsters to enter the battle zone. As soon as they fall into the battlefield, the monsters begin attacking the people there. According to the control center, it would not be able to use the emergency button if they were eaten by the monsters. The boss then says that all participants were already prepared for death when they decided to participate in this test, so it's normal to expect someone to die and they shouldn't worry. The woman who was bribed to sabotage the boys' test says she cannot allow this and that it would be a death sentence if someone was found in such conditions on the battlefield. The director tells her not to worry, promising her 10 million as payment for the favor, and that he would also send her out of the city if she wished. She says she's interested and agrees to take action on the battlefield. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Xingcun continues dominating the monsters. No one understands how he manages to do it so easily, controlling all those monsters as if it were no challenge. Xingcun then appears severely injured, especially from a punch to the face. His sister is worried about him, but he refuses to give up. She apologizes to the protagonist for what she caused after saying some things to him. The boy says it's okay and tells her not to worry. The siblings then decide to team up to overcome the protagonist, claiming it's the ultimate challenge. The boy says it's fine as he has already eaten. He then becomes irritated and mourns the siblings. The people there look terrified, especially the siblings who didn't expect this. Xingcun, being the eldest, orders Xiao Tao and the other brother to leave the area. He then charges at the monster, shocking everyone, especially Xiao Tao, who continues screaming desperately, thinking his brother is about to die. The monster stomps on Xingcun. They then realize that rank 2 monsters are currently on the battlefield. Xingcun realizes that someone is trying to sabotage his test as much as possible. Because of this, they are introducing extremely high-level monsters to try to prevent him from passing and entering the school. On the testing field, the characters are attacked by a monster. It's suggested that Xiao Tao stay with the others. Given that Xingcun is dead, the girl refuses, claiming her brother isn't entirely dead yet. The nearby people are deeply distressed by what just happened. Xiao Tao then screams in despair as the monster grabs her brother by the legs. He is bleeding profusely in a desperate act. She begs the monster to release her brother. The monster roars and she falls to the ground in despair, realizing she couldn't achieve what she wanted. Crying, the girl apologizes her brother. She says she thought she could stay with him but realizes she cannot at that moment. Xingcun appears and quickly pulls the girl away from the monster. He says they could still be alive, but they might die together if she continues to stay in that place. He then asks if she is stupid. Xiao Tao remains desperate and inconsolable. She says she won't let the monsters eat her brother. Xingcun tells her to wait for a moment. He runs toward the monsters. The protagonist assesses that if the monsters eat Xingcun, they will reach rank 2. However, if he kills the monsters, he might further mutate his left arm. He chooses the second option and faces the 3 monsters. Xiao Tao is surprised to see that the boy is really going to fight 3 monsters just to save her brother. Xingcun is about to be eaten when Xingcun steps in to confront the monsters. He says he doesn't see the monsters as enemies. Quickly, He launches an attack on the monsters, forcing them to release Xingcun. He manages to free the boy from the monster's claws and is left alone with the three most dangerous monsters. Xingcun wakes up, not fully understanding what just happened. He realizes that he was saved from the monsters by Xingcun. Even so, he still feels a lot of pain and notices that he is dying. Xiao Tao, seeing this scene, runs to her brother. She explains that Xingcun saved him from death. Xingcun then says his sister should pay the hero Xingcun. However, before he can finish saying with what, she slaps him. He asks if she is trying to kill him. He then looks at her very annoyed and says they both need to leave the testing field immediately. Xiao Tao still tries to argue, pointing out that the card was left behind. However, she understands that they need to leave immediately. Xiao Tao and her brother Xingcun then leave the testing field. Meanwhile, the protagonist continues fighting the monsters. Xingcun tries to reason with the monsters, explaining why they should leave him alone. He states the level of his ranking. He says that if he could fuse all of his powers in less than 10 seconds, he would kill the monsters. Xingcun then unleashes a powerful attack on the monsters. While dealing with the monsters, Xingcun notices that the ceiling is opening again. This indicates they are advancing in the test. Elsewhere, Xingcun leaves with his sister. He says their lives are much more important than being in a testing field. He then presses a button. After pressing it, they notice it causes a blackout in the area, plunging everything into darkness. At this moment, Xiao Tao notices the presence of several monsters attacking them. People begin to run as the blackout has caused various monsters to break loose in the testing field. A fight for the ticket ensues. A boy at the center is attacked by many others. Each one shouts something. Some want power, others want to awaken, and others want to return to the academy. The character holding the ticket gets furious. When he realizes it, he is surrounded by monsters. He doesn't understand why so many monsters are near him from an upper floor. A character observes. She says she had to destroy all the test's electrical backups, and this is all Xingcun's fault. The person explains that if it weren't for him, all the people there wouldn't be at risk of death because of the monsters. Xingcun then observes and confronts her. The boy sees Xingcun being attacked by the monsters. He adds that the next day, he will leave the country and live the rest of his life comfortably while the protagonist stays there fighting monsters and probably dying at this moment. Xingcun, irritated, launches a power toward the boy. Mocking him, thinking it will do nothing, the boy is grabbed and falls to the lower floor, right where the monsters are. Desperate, he begs Xingcun to save him. Xingcun refuses, saying there are too many monsters in the area and that he cannot save all the participants, let alone the boy who had mocked him just moments ago. The protagonist then pushes one of the monsters toward the boy, claiming it was accidental. At that moment, the boy is attacked by even more monsters and dies. The monsters then turn against Xingcun, calling him a traitor. They accuse Xingcun of lying to them about his ranking level. They also say that if they had known this earlier, they would have devoured Xingcun long ago. From afar, in another room, a researcher watches and says he needs to put an end to everything happening on the other floors. He says that the monsters have already eaten more than 30 participants and that this needs to stop. He then walks toward the last door connecting to the second level and tries to close it. Once he manages to do so, everything is over. Upon reaching the second level, he notices that the men who were part of the control center are unconscious. He shakes them and demands that they wake up. Confused about what happened, they have no idea why they ended up in that state. Irritated, the boss asks what caused the blackout on the testing field. The control center staff claim they are not at fault for what happened. The boss, increasingly frustrated, tells them to stop blaming others and just accept that they made a mistake during their work hours. He demands that they resolve the issues as quickly as possible. They respond that it will take over an hour and a half, which enrages the boss even more. The researcher points out the penalties they will have to pay for the problems caused during the experiments, stating that the fines will come out of the salaries of those who were asleep. The argument continues and the boss insists that they restore everything that was lost as fast as possible. Yevgeny realizes that a blackout has occurred, services are down, and all the doors are locked. Feeling confident and at ease with the situation, the boy says that he can finally transform without any problems. He begins to transcend. He continues, Stating that he truly prays others won't be born with monster genes in their next lives, the protagonist appears as if he is going to vomit, claiming it's because he must have eaten too much and all that energy is making him feel sick. As he talks to himself, he strikes one of the monsters. He adds that he cannot afford to feel sick at this moment as he is in an extremely important battle against the monsters with transcendent genes. The monsters keep calling him a traitor, accusing him of possessing far more power than he had revealed. Xingcun orders the monsters to shut up, explaining that when he mentioned his comrades, he wasn't referring to the monsters, but to the original owners of their bodies. Angrily, he continues saying that the ones who stole his comrades' bodies were, in fact, the intruders, the parasites. The protagonist declares that he will destroy them all and force them to call him king. He notices something strange. His left hand begins to show some signs, and he realizes he has enough energy to use all of his transcendent genes to kill the monsters. The boy starts recalling all of his experiences with monsters to figure out the best way to annihilate those present. He knows the monsters are connected to one another and that, to defeat them, he will need to sever their connections. He also understands that if he can locate the monsters, it can also locate him, which could pose a problem in the future. Xingcun considers various strategies but concludes it might already be too late. Nearby are Xiao Tao and Zhang Shang, who say that if Xingcun saved them, he can be considered a great brother or big brother. The nearby men remark that just because they share uncommon interests doesn't mean they can be called great brothers, adding that Zhang Shang is just an idiot. The group of men near the siblings then attacks Zhang Shang, causing him to fall to the ground bleeding. They say it's his last chance to remember where the 3 tickets are and continue studying. Xiao Tao panics as she sees her brother being attacked again. The argument continues and the blonde man fighting Zhang Shang says it wasn't his idea for him to go and kill monsters, so his injuries are his own fault. Xiao Tao tries to move and attack the aggressors, but her brother stops her and prevents her from approaching them. He says he will fulfill the contract because they cannot let their savior be harmed. Zhang Shang then attempts to move toward the men, but someone steps in and tells him he shouldn't go as he would surely die. On the other hand, the boys who are pressuring him continue provoking, saying he should go, leaving him torn between those telling him to stay and those urging him to leave. The blonde-haired boy then strikes an attack pose. However, a monster enters the scene and completely obliterates him. People don't understand what just happened with blood splattered everywhere and many areas destroyed. They realize that this is not just any monster, but rather an earth dragon. The earth dragon emits a loud roar, causing those nearby to faint. The boy who was with the blonde-haired boy says he remembers seeing this on the news before he recalls hearing that the earth dragon had already destroyed other places. He remembers that the earth dragon had destroyed various parts of the city, especially when the 4th star transcendents weren't in the area. However, when the 4th star transcendents from other regions arrived to help, it could only redirect the earth dragon back to its original location. He realizes he should no longer be worried about Shiki, but only about surviving and keeping the dragon away from him. Despite his reflection, it is too late. He is then killed by the earth dragon. Xingcun appears. Apparently, he managed to connect to the monster system and says he achieved something formidable. He then observes the earth dragon's movements. The monster notices his presence and moves toward him. They begin a battle and Xingcun tries to control the monster. He realizes that the earth dragon is only a tentacle. 2 minutes have passed since everything started. In the waiting area for the guards, several characters are present. They are waiting for the results of the final test to see if they will pass or not. Among the people talking is the girl Shio. She listens to the opinions of those around her. They are discussing the judgment and the presence of transcendent individuals who can protect themselves and their families. Shio listens attentively, lost in thought. She understands that the judgment is already taking place right in front of them. She stands up, approaches the guards, and introduces herself as a student from the Transcendent Academy. She says she feels that something abnormal is happening in the judgment fields. People listen to her and are surprised to realize that something abnormal has indeed occurred. Even the guards question how she knew about it. They try to pretend everything is fine and say that everything is operating as usual. They ask Shio to return to her seat. Otherwise, she will be forcibly removed. The girl continues saying that her transcendent power is electricity, and that she can sense that something unusual is happening. Annoyed, the guards ask her which participant's family she belongs to, given that the area is reserved only for the participants' relatives. At that moment, A loud noise occurs and a red light bursts from the room, causing everyone in intense pain. Shio realizes she was right, and that something very strange is happening. At this moment, another blackout occurs. Unfazed by what is happening, Shio understands that she must enter the testing field. She disregards the guard's orders, pushes past them, and advances. While Shio tries to find the judgment field, others involved in the field work to restore power and ensure everything is in order as the director instructed while the repairs are underway. Shio appears. They are shocked and ask who the girl is, ordering her to leave immediately. She reintroduces herself as a transcendent student of the academy. Stating she has 95 transcendent genes, she also reveals her attribute of electricity and says she can help restore the energy in the area. The men become angry, saying it doesn't matter who she is and insisting she leave, arguing that she hasn't even officially joined the academy yet and questioning how she could restore energy there. The girl admits they are right, but at that moment, she begins to emit pink lightning. The men working on the repairs notice visible electrical particles in the air. They then question where all that energy is coming from. An electric particle hits one of the guy's fingers, causing pain. The people present realize that all the electricity is coming from Shio's body. In disbelief, they acknowledge that the girl was telling the truth and that she could recover energy even more easily, even though they are trying to help. The men recovering the energy ask her to stop immediately. They claim that her energy is still unstable and could easily destroy all the equipment. Defiantly, Shio asks if he is going to stop her. The argument continues. Shio wants to help restore the energy, while the man insists she will destroy all the government equipment. A weapon is pointed at Shio during the argument. The girl remains still, and the man trying to recover the energy says he will approach her and end it. Meanwhile, Xingcun is near the Earth Dragon. He throws the flame of the lords toward the monster. The battle between the two continues. Xingcun realizes that the powers he is using are not enough. Even so, he keeps trying. Several black teeth emerge from the Earth Dragon. Xingcun doesn't know how to deal with him. He then unleashes the strongest power he can. While Xingcun's battle with the Earth Dragon continues, Shio is in the hands of the men trying to recover the energy from the site. They state that she has energy genes in her body, but that she is just a girl who recently entered school and therefore cannot have the capacity to help them. Despite being threatened with a weapon, Shio remains calm and resolute. Suddenly, a shot is fired. The guards, scared of what was happening, pull the trigger. Even so, Shio stays still. The bullets head toward her, but none reach her. She then realizes it wasn't luck. Due to all the electricity circulating around her, she is able to create a magnetic field, which repelled the bullets. With this ability stemming from 95 transcendent genes, it is explained that Shio is anything but human. The repairmen don't understand how she managed to do this again and avoid the bullets. Shio then fires her pink energy rays at the men. The weapons and everything in their hands are flung far away. She restores power to the site and tells them that now that energy is back, they must open the door immediately. Meanwhile, on the second floor, they notice something strange is happening downstairs. Both the researcher and the control center staff realize that something isn't going according to plan. Even though the energy has been restored, it wasn't exactly what the boss had requested. With this, he realizes something is really going off script. One of the control center staff says the first thing he will do now with power back is to open the gate so everyone can leave. Angrily, the boss asks if he wants to die. At that moment, he presses the button to open the gates. The gate opens near Shio. The girl watches as the other men are all sitting on the ground. Shio is now able to access the battlefield. She sees Xingcun with the Earth Dragon. The boy is alone, struggling to deal with the beast. She is surprised as she didn't know it was an Earth Dragon. Even the guards who were trying to restore power are stunned by the monster before their eyes. Until then, Shio hadn't realized Xingcun was among the dragons. She is shocked to see her friend so close to the creature. Noticing her friend is in trouble, she releases pink rays toward the Earth Dragon to help him. A new blackout occurs upstairs. The boss tries to understand what is happening, the cause of the new blackout, and why pink energy particles are rising toward him. He doesn't understand the level of energy occurring below and questions its cause. Far away in the exterminator department, people are discussing where so much energy surrounding the city is coming from. They say the high tension is overloading houses and that it is probably coming from Shio. Back on the battlefield, Xingcun notices the energy and realizes it is indeed coming from Shio. He believes it's a big help. He asks that before the girl intervenes, he be allowed to launch one more attack at the Earth Dragon. He launches the attack and Shio enters the battlefield with the help of the electricity dissipated by Shio. Xingcun manages to escape. The boss simply observes and believes the people involved must have something to hide. He then considers that the appearance of the Earth Dragon is an incredible stroke of luck for him. The researcher assesses that the exterminators should arrive at the site in 23 minutes, which is enough time for the Earth Dragon to kill them both without anyone knowing. He then orders the control center team to block the Earth Dragon before the exterminators arrive. The team follows the order. Shio and Xingcun, who are leaving the area, sense that something is wrong. Xingcun says he will wait a bit longer since the Earth Dragon has blocked everyone there. He understands that the third stage of evolution is even more intense. He then activates an alert signal, and before he realizes it, the researcher is near him. Launching a powerful attack, Xingcun shields himself and protects Shio. The boss is furious at what just happened. He cannot comprehend how Xingcun can handle the Earth Dragon, while also dealing with his attack. Xingcun then transcends and begins transforming into a monster. The researcher is shocked to see Xingcun transforming into a monster. He questions what he is witnessing, as he didn't know that transcendent abilities could result in such a transformation. They know the 5 primary attributes are metal, water, wood, fire, and earth. Some special evolutions might involve ice or water. But none of these powers result in a monster-like transformation as Xingcun is undergoing. He wonders if the protagonist is truly a transcendent. After much speculation, he declares that he doesn't care what Xingcun is, he will kill him. He tries to throw spells and potions at the protagonist. The boy defends himself with his arm and manages to handle the situation. The boss realizes that Xingcun is indeed a monster, and not just an ordinary boy as he once thought. Xingcun then manipulates flames that cause the metal launched at him to melt. The researcher is even more stunned as no monster possesses attributes like Xingcun's. He concludes that Xingcun cannot be just any monster with all these attributes, making him an extraordinarily rare phenomenon. The boss notes there is only one possibility for monsters to have such attributes. In this case, only individuals ranked at level 4 or higher could possess them. He realizes that Xingcun is ranked at the same level. Without hesitation, Xingcun continues launching his powers at the man. The boss remarks that Xingcun doesn't seem human, but rather a complete monster. Xingcun remains aware that he needs only a few more minutes. He knows that when the exterminators arrive, they will undoubtedly kill the Earth Dragon. However, he also knows that if he doesn't handle the situation now, he may never return to his human form and will remain a monster forever. The boss keeps launching powers and tries once more to throw golden medals at the protagonist. Several spears are launched. The researcher realizes he doesn't have enough power to handle the situation and is certain he will die there. He continues claiming that the exterminators will arrive in a few minutes and will not let Xingcun leave alive. He adds that the boy is a monstrous enemy of humanity, and that no one will help him outside this area. Frustrated, and knowing his end is near, the boss tries to utter various words to make Xingcun feel guilty for being a monster. He looks at Xiu and questions why she is by Xingcun's side, given that he is a monster. Xiu defends her friend, stating that he is not a monster. He is just Xingcun. She then releases a powerful energy attack toward the man. Xingcun responds by saying that if the world couldn't tolerate the presence of monsters, they would have simply killed him already. The exterminators then arrive at the scene. Xingcun instructs Xiu to stay away from him and pretends she doesn't know him. He states that he doesn't know if he will be able to reverse his left arm. The girl grabs her friend's arm and says she will stay by his side, and if he goes to hell, she will go with him. They then hear the exterminators entering the area, announcing that they will rescue any survivors they find. The men who have been working on the battlefield trying to restore power reappear. They state that now that all the battlefields have been destroyed, they won't stay silent anymore. The Earth Dragon reappears and attacks them. Everyone is thrown far away. The people in the control center are shocked by what just happened. They notice that the director has also disappeared and decide they need to flee as there is no one left to try and save them. The Earth Dragon then unleashes another attack on those who remain. The people there feel pain. They realize they are going to die and that since they can no longer run, Hai Capito has fled at that moment. They notice the presence of an exterminator. A girl with long purple and green hair enters the area. They ask why she is holding a pipe and who she is. Another person says they don't care and just begs her to save them. She notices the presence of the Earth Dragon. Using the pipe in her hand, She releases jets of water. She then questions if this was what ruined her blind date. The survivors start wondering if she is planning to kill them all, as she unleashes a massive water blast toward the dragon. Everyone pleads for help. The girl in the control center realizes that this water element is only used by those from the highest ranking in Transcendence, which means she must be a legend. The Earth Dragon is unable to move after being captured by the water. The people then realize that the girl with long hair is the strongest guardian of the destruction of the Transcendent and conclude that she must be Xingcun Hui. Introducing herself as Xingcun Hui, she approaches and instructs everyone to evacuate the area as quickly as possible, adding that arrangements are being made to ease the situation. Elsewhere, Xingcun and Xiu try to reverse the protagonist's arm, which remains transformed into that of a monster. He says he will need some time but cannot let the exterminators find him like that, as they might kill him. The girl stays in the room while the boy quickly leaves. Xingcun hides as Xiu tries to divert the exterminators to another area. She tells them she heard some noises from the next room, ensuring they don't find Xingcun hiding while she stalls the exterminators. Xingcun focuses on trying to regain control of his arm. He concentrates and says he will first strengthen the bones even more. He realizes this is just one of the transcendent genes he received on the first day of his reincarnation. Xingcun begins to understand the genes that have been transmuted within his body to stabilize the monster genes. He must seek help from the transcendent genes, which will aid him in regaining self-control. In another area, the exterminators thank Xiu, saying that thanks to her, they were able to easily locate 3 survivors. Xiu then notices something is wrong with her companion, Xingcun, as a loud noise comes from where he is hiding. The exterminators also hear the noise and suspect something unusual, wondering if it's a monster. Xiu starts to panic, questioning if Xingcun will be discovered. She tries to shop to divert the exterminators' attention again, but they order her to be silent, saying any noise could attract monsters. The girl repeats to herself that even if Xingcun is discovered and forced out of society, she will follow him wherever he goes. The exterminators approach the door where Xingcun is hiding. At that moment, the protagonist emerges from behind the door with his arm completely normal. He says he was just sleeping and asks the exterminators what is happening. Realizing they were dealing with a human and not a monster, the exterminators admit that Xingcun scared them. They report to the captain that they have found a total of 5 survivors below. Xiu then whispers to her friend, asking if he's okay, and he says he's doing great. He explains to her what he did, saying he encased all his bones with his body, similar to how the Earth Dragon uses its black teeth. While he talks to Xiu, the enforcers begin evacuating the survivors from the area. The enforcers believe they have managed to subdue the Earth Dragon. However, they don't know that the Earth Dragon is merely a 4th-generation transcendent, and that what they're seeing is only a tentacle of the creature known as the Earth Dragon. The story then explains that this monster is incredibly massive and resides deeper than humans can comprehend. The survivors are rescued and taken out of the area. A building appears completely destroyed on top of it. 2 individuals are fighting. It becomes evident that one of these individuals is Xingcun and Xiu's teacher. On the other side is a massive monster. Xingcun wakes up. He says he doesn't have time to waste leaving the area. It's with Xiu and another person whose identity is unclear. They walk toward the institution's building. All the students, including Xiu and Xingcun, are carrying luggage. The students discuss the goal of becoming 5-star transcendents. Xingcun declares he will achieve that in 1 year, surprising Xiu, who questions him, stating that as far as they know, a 4-star ranking is the highest and strongest in this world. Xingcun asserts that he must work hard to achieve that rank and that entering the school is a significant step. Xiu says she believes in him and knows he will help her too. She then starts explaining her plan. First, she must partner with a 3-star transcendent within a month. She reveals that she has 95 transcendent genes in her body. While they talk, a siblings Zhangshang and Shangtao appear, shouting for Big Brother. They claim that it's only thanks to Xingcun that they're alive and survived the final test. They explain that the school made an exception and rewarded everyone who survived the final test by allowing them to stay enrolled, which is why they remain at the institution. They also express their deep gratitude to Xingcun for this. Xiu admires him, remarking that he now has several loyal followers. Zhangshang then asks who the girl beside him is. He mentions that he always wanted to meet her, but never had the chance since the end of the test. Xingcun introduces Xiu. They exchange a quick hi. Everyone around is stunned, realizing they are meeting Xiu, the girl famous for her immense energy powers. Additionally, She is renowned for having 95 transcendent genes. Everyone is shocked. Noting that Big Brother and Shou, the two strongest people in the school, are friends and together. They wonder if they are a couple. Xingcun clarifies that he is only Shou's childhood friend. His friends don't seem convinced. They remark that it would be an incredible coincidence for two people as strong as them to be friends and in the same place. Another short-haired, blue-haired friend suggests an idea. If they've been friends since childhood, they could compete together in the school's upcoming competition, where each student forms a team and battles another team for 3 hours. They suggest forming a group together. The blue-haired boy continues talking, but is interrupted by Zhang Shang, who accuses him of trying to harm Big Brother. Zhang Shang explains that students with lower levels of transcendent genes are the easiest targets, which could jeopardize Xingcun in a potential battle between students. He adds that he himself has only 39 transcendent genes in his body, and that anyone with less than 50 has a hard time standing out. He also mentions that his sister, Xiao Tao, has only 41 transcendent genes. According to Zhang Shang, they wouldn't be able to contribute much to Big Brother. Both Xingcun and Shou listen. Xingcun jokes with Shou and reassures his friends that it's not a problem. He even offers to help them develop their powers. Big Brother agrees and decides to a team with Xiao Tao, Zhang Shang, and the blue-haired boy. Surprising everyone, the protagonist states that he has no specific reason to form a group, but the only motivation is that he realizes how loyal his friends are to one another. Zhang Shang bursts into tears upon realizing he is included in the same group as Xingcun and Shou. Xingcun then lays out the new objectives now that they have formed a group. The protagonist also says he will start giving some lessons to help his friends evolve and awaken their abilities. The boy with blue hair takes the opportunity to ask how many transcendent genes Big Brother has. He doesn't answer, saying only that he will meet his friends soon and will have a surprise for them. Zhang Shang scolds the boy with blue hair, stating that Xingcun's transcendent genes are greater than he could imagine. Lu Liang is introduced as the class teacher. He explains that if students fail to awaken their transcendent powers this year, they will have to leave the institution. He then asks who has returned after the final test, revealing that about 50 of the students are in this category. The teacher continues talking about the rules and how the academic year will proceed. Zhang Shang raises his hand high and shouts to the teacher that he is back. The teacher responds by telling the student that if he cannot awaken his abilities this year, he can leave the class and the institution. Everyone laughs. The boy says he will do his best. It is then explained that until a student awakens, the teacher will call them by the percentage of transcendent genes they have. If it is below 50, he will only call them by name once they awaken. Mu continues talking about how much he enjoys being a teacher and how this class will be special to him. An instructor then announces that there is a special person in the room as they have only one of transcendent genes in their body. Everyone is surprised as that is incredibly low. He asks the student to introduce themselves. The entire class is shocked, trying to figure out who has only one of transcendent genes. Then Big Brother stands up and says he is already awakened and that his transcendent element is metal. Zhang Shang is stunned to learn that his friend has only one of transcendent genes. The teacher doubts the student's claim and asserts that if he truly has only one of transcendent genes, he should take the teacher's place and start teaching. He approaches the teacher in front of the entire class, leaving everyone astonished by his abilities despite having only one of transcendent genes. He then begins explaining to the class why he has only one and yet was able to awaken. Xingcun explains the powers of elemental abilities such as wood, water, fire, earth, ice, wind, light, energy, and mental. The students start asking questions, eager to understand how he managed to awaken. Without hesitation, Xingcun continues explaining how his body works and even gives a demonstration. The teacher then grabs a piece of metal and starts demonstrating what just one of transcendent genes can do. Xingcun and the teacher continue giving examples, referencing other students in the class for comparison. They explain that Shang Wenhui, for instance, can breathe underwater with 91 of transcendent genes. Ziyu, on the other hand, can handle at least 3,000 volts of electricity with no problem. The teacher adds that if someone were to have 300 of transcendent genes, they should be called a god. The teacher offers to help Xingcun but witnesses the student's incredible ability to attract metal toward him. The teacher realizes that Xingcun's awakening wasn't just a miracle, but something that happened for a reason. The teacher then says he will teach Xingcun the difference between 1 and 80, proceeding to fire various powers at the student. All the students watch the scene in shock at what they are witnessing. The teacher begins to grow tired and disoriented from expending so much power against the student. Meanwhile, Big Brother continues deflecting and defending against the teacher's attacks until, at one point, he says he can't hold on much longer and flies far away, claiming the situation has become excessive. The teacher believes Big Brother lost to him on purpose and doesn't understand why he wouldn't let himself be pushed further. The students are thrilled with the situation and what they just witnessed before their very eyes. The teacher thanks Xingcun for the demonstration and says that this was the first lesson of the school in the class. The teacher goes on to say that the survivors will carry the school's philosophy and asks if they are ready. A student then replies that he doesn't know if Xingcun is ready, but he doesn't understand where the student's confidence comes from. As he only has one transcendent genes in his body, he states that he heard the student say, upon arriving at the school, that he wanted to defeat all the other students and take the resources they possess. A student exposing Xingcun says this is audacious and extreme. The other students are surprised by what is being said about Xingcun wanting to take all their resources, deeming it very bold of him. The boy who is exposing Xingcun introduces himself as Yushang, stating that he has 85 transcendent genes, and that he possesses the water transcendent. He says that even though Xingcun is inferior in terms of genes, he will make an exception and invite him to join them. According to the student, they are forming a stronger alliance with students who have genes above 60. However, the exception will be made for Xingcun if he wants to join them. The blue-haired boy thinks that if Xingcun joins them, his girlfriend, Zhu, would also join the same group, and they know she is very strong. Xingcun refuses the invitation and says that, in the end, it just wants someone to mock for being weak. The boy then gets irritated and asks who the protagonist thinks he is. He continues to humiliate Xingcun, stating that he only has one transcendent genes in his body and therefore is not qualified to be in a transcendent institution. The blue-geared boy keeps humiliating Xingcun, asserting that he only passed the final test because Zhu saved him. Even so, the protagonist seems unfazed despite hearing the harshest insults. The boy with the water power then says he will no longer accept Xingcun among them, and that, regardless, they will form an even stronger alliance. Xingcun, remaining composed, wishes them good luck and says he will be praying for them. The boy turns his back, visibly annoyed. The teacher then questions why Xingcun said that, and he replies that there was no specific reason. He was just encouraging him to be honest from now on. The teacher announces that the freshman competition will begin. He tells all students to collect their kits and tokens and mentions that the competition will take place in the forests outside the school. He gives Xingcun 2 tokens. Outside, the teacher gives the final instructions. He asks the students not to leave the forest. He continues by saying that in 1 hour, everyone should return and that the students' abilities will be evaluated there. He then starts the competition. Zhang Shang and Xiao Tao say they will join Big Brother, while the blue-haired boy says he won't stay in the group with them. Annoyed, the siblings ask what Wu Wing is thinking by saying that. He replies that he has to prioritize himself and that he imagines Xingcun had more than one transcendent genes in his body. He states that with his own 49, he is much stronger and will no longer make this exception by joining Xingcun. Zhang Shang becomes irritated with his friend. Wu Wing apologizes and says he wants to stay by Xingcun's side because he is not as strong as they thought. Zhang Shang then calls Wu Wing a traitor. All the students then gather to start the competition. They begin mocking Xingcun, saying that he only has one transcendent genes in his body. Many people start bullying the boy and laughing at his situation. Remaining composed, the protagonist says it's fine and that they can bully him all they want, it wouldn't last long. The students become very annoyed as Xingcun seems unaffected despite all the provocations and criticisms he has been receiving. In another scene, a girl appears running through the forest. She believes she has run far enough to be safe for now. However, the blue-haired boy with the power of water says that no one escapes his detection. He finds the girl and asks her to hand over her Tolkien. With the girl's Tolkien in hand, he turns his back and walks away, attacking other students nearby. At a certain moment, the blue-haired boy with the Tolkiens in his hand is stopped by Fan Shiza. He is surprised to see Shiza standing in front of him. He knows that the boy is from a very famous family, the Fan family. So he invites Shiza to join their alliance. And he affirms that the purple-haired boy is qualified enough to participate in that alliance. He then says it's a coincidence because their thoughts align. According to Shiza, he would also like to form an alliance with the boy. The boy does not easily accept Ziza's invitation, So they engage in a battle. One wields the power of water while the other wields the power of fire. Even so, the water fails to control Zai's fire, leaving the boy very surprised. The battle among other students continues. The bullying of Xingcun also continues. The students laugh at his situation of having only one of transcended genes in his body. They claim that if it weren't for Xiyu, the boy wouldn't even be there. They then begin to laugh at Xiyu, mocking the powers she possesses. The girl then closes her eyes, begins to focus, and shoots electricity toward her classmates. The blonde-haired boy heading toward the girl says he will stop her. However, a hand stops him. It's Xingcun's hand, preventing the boy from touching Xiyu. The protagonist tells Xiyu she needs to keep better control over her powers. After all, she is taking too long to prepare. She asks for just one more minute. The blonde-haired boy tries to confront Xingcun. However, he realizes that the boy's arm is very strong and wonders if it's made of metal. He then wonders what Xiyu meant by saying she needed just one more minute. A stern-looking man appears, stating that this semester the electricity institution will begin, which will mean excessive budget increases. He then appears to be very thoughtful, but says that this issue should be left to the financial department to handle. Xingcun appears beside Xiyu. Both walk through a forest. He then grabs a blonde-haired character by the hand. The character screams, struggles, and begs someone to stop him. He appears to be electrocuting the character. The blonde-haired boy struggles and keeps shouting that the girl named Xiyu will kill all those being electrocuted. Another boy approaches to help him. While being electrocuted, the blonde-haired boy then screams for his colleague to hurry and get him out of that situation, and to stop acting went a fool. Xingcun then questions Xiyu about why she isn't casting her spell. She says there is still one person who hasn't found her. Meanwhile, Xiyu electrocutes the two men who approached. Both men being electrocuted scream for help and say their bones are breaking. They then wonder how the protagonist is so strong, completely desperate and not knowing what to do. The blonde-haired character orders his henchmen to attack Xingcun and Xiyu. He then shouts for caution as the protagonist is truly very strong at that moment. Several boys appear intending to help those being electrocuted and crushed. They shout that for those who are already awakened, all transcended abilities should be used. While this happens, Xingcun asks Xiyu who the person she needs to find is. She then says she is looking for a boy named Yuseong. But it's time not to worry since she has already spread electric particles through the wind. At this moment, a pink lightning bolt is shown emerging among the trees. The girl shouts that she has already found who she is looking for as this lightning shows where he is. Xiyu then grabs her lightning and electrocutes all the boys, leaving them dead on the ground. The protagonist then states he will gather all the tokens from the hands of the dead men, and that this will help the girl have even more strength next time. The henchmen who were not affected try to flee, but are warned by Xingcun that it's useless as they are all marked with Xiyu's static lightning on their bodies and will die. Xiyu then directs the lightning storm toward the boys who are fleeing. The pink lightning cuts through the forest, passes through the trees, and illuminates the entire area around it, heading toward the men trying to escape. At this moment, a purple-haired character launches some flames toward another character, who appears to be casting ice. The blue-haired boy shouts that he cannot be beaten with just a few flames. Feeling challenged, the purple-haired boy yells that he will then strike another blow at his opponent. He fires a large flame, red with yellow and orange, toward the opponent. The blue-haired boy panics as the flame engulfs him. He states that even with his various water-based powers, he cannot move to escape. The man who cast the flame feels vindicated and has a look of satisfaction. He continues to watch the flames surrounding the water-wielding boy. He then questions whether his opponent could endure this for at least a minute. The other boy responds that the power difference between them is too great and that this isn't even fair. The fire-wielding boy says that his opponent has passed the test and is now qualified to form an alliance with him. Irritated, the blue-haired character questions what he meant when he said he had passed the test since they didn't even fight together. The other boy asserts that it wasn't necessary for them to fight because merely surviving under the flames was enough. The purple-haired boy introduces himself as a third-generation transcender. The water-wielding character wonders what a transcender of such stature is doing there. The purple-haired boy explains that he already has everything within his reach and is only seeking some additional resources. He goes on to say that he is there to help the Fem family recruit more young talents like the blue-haired boy and assures him not to worry. The purple-haired boy extends his hand toward his opponent and explains that he will allow him to grow quickly and on his own terms he can eventually conquer the world. Relieved by what just happened, the boy with the water power says he accepts elsewhere. Xiu continues unleashing her pink lightning toward her adversaries. Everyone nearby who tried to attack her falls to the ground at that moment. Because of the protagonist's power, the lightning strikes the boys fighting nearby who were using water and fire powers. They look at each other, startled and confused by what is happening. The young man with the water power screams as he is electrocuted. The lightning slices through, which becomes ominously dark. The purple-haired boy is then introduced as Fang Shiai's. He approaches and realizes that Xiu launched the attack. He then questions the protagonist. Meanwhile, the water-wielding boy says he cannot move. He remains on the ground with his arms raised. He orders Xing, Xiang, and Tao to collect all the tokens that have fallen in that area, assuring them not to worry as the affected ones won't be able to move for the next hour. Xing greets Fang Shiai's and comments that he is unarmed. Just as he expected, the blue-haired boy continues shouting that the electricity is really powerful. Fang Shiai's makes another attempt to speak with Xiu. She responds that she doesn't need to talk to him and will never join his group. The fire-wielding boy then says he has only one thing to tell her, that he respects her decision and will wait until she chooses the right side. He then fires another flame toward the protagonists. Both Xingcun and Xiu seem unfazed and tell them to move on because he isn't an opponent they need to worry about at the moment. Xingcun observes the flames in the air as he continues casting a powerful lightning strike for protection. They engage in a fierce battle. Suddenly, something causes Fang to be taken aback. Fang Shi's surprise comes from Xing's presence, who introduces himself and asks if he is nervous given that no one has had the chance to get this close to him until now. Shiai's calls the boy arrogant. Xingcun continues challenging Fang Shiai's, who keeps sending flames toward the boy. Suddenly, the protagonist is engulfed by a massive flame. Shiai celebrates and says the boy has nowhere to run. The purple-haired boy then launches a flame toward Xingcun, surprising even his blue-haired friend who lies on the ground unable to move. A young man who controls water wonders if this is Shi's true power. Fang tells him not to worry and assures him that he hasn't killed Xingcun, adding that he will survive the final test. At this moment, the protagonist emerges from the flames as if by magic and tries to attack Shiai's with lightning. The blue-haired young man is shocked and wonders how Xingcun managed to escape the flames. Fang Shiai's then unleashes thousands of flames toward the protagonist. They continue battling with flames shaped like hands. The fight becomes even more intense. Xingcun tries to defend himself in every way, but thousands of flaming hands attempt to grab him. Even the boy is amazed by the sheer volume of flames directed at him. Despite this, he appears unfazed and declares that the thousands of flames are small compared to his full capacity. He then fires a powerful burst of energy at the flames, and at Fang Shiai's. The red-haired boy is startled and wonders what kind of opponent he's dealing with, as he's never seen anything like this before. He notices that the golden blades Xingcun is wielding are incredibly sharp. Fang Shiai states that it wouldn't be wise to cause deaths at school after everything they've been through, though some people might get hurt. As he launches another flame, he shouts that a wrong move could cause irreparable damage. The battle between two transcendents involves unmatched and unimaginable powers, truly incredible abilities. Xingcun then declares that he will use 90 of his transcendent power to counter one of his opponent's attack. Fang Shiai's considers transcending into Genesis, believing it could help him win the fight. At that moment, he begins his transcendence, transforming into another being amid the flames. Xingcun is taken aback as he wasn't expecting this. As they process what's happening, they realize that the opponent has fully transcended into Genesis, making him unbelievably stronger than before. Fang Shiai's transforms into a short-haired boy with a monocle. Xingcun acknowledges that his opponent is truly powerful as he throws himself to the ground. Fang Shiai's is puzzled by what's happening. The protagonist congratulates his opponent, admitting that he is strong and acknowledging his strength. At that moment, a teacher appears, announcing that the competition is over and that students must hand over the tokens they've collected so the department can allocate them. The yellow-haired boy, along with his henchmen who were fighting Xiu, shows up irritated. Xingcun, Xiu, and their companions tease the teacher, claiming to have collected all the tokens and asking if he's still counting. The teacher says it was very bold of Xiu and Xingcun's group and acknowledges that it seems they collected the majority of the tokens. Looking around, The teacher wonders if Shiai's still has a token. The boy starts searching but can't find it. He questions where the token went and suddenly, Xingcun explains that while he was fighting Shiai's, he found the token on the ground and took it. Shiai's becomes angry and tells them not to call him by his name as a provocation. Xingcun calls him Shiai's again and asks if he wants the token back. The purple-haired boy says no and turns his back before leaving. He makes a threat, stating he'll get Xingcun next time. Later, at the research department, Xingcun and Ziyu's group continue moving and carrying some boxes. They talk about the 6 portions of essential liquids given to them. The boy in the group says he has a question for Xingcun. He interrupts the girl and says she should call the protagonist Big Brother or the Great Brother. Having witnessed the confrontation between Fang Shiai's and Xingcun, the girl wonders if the protagonist could have truly defeated the opponent. She then asks why Xingcun didn't defeat Fang Shiai's. The boy explains that Fang Shiai's is younger, comes from a formidable family, and could provide all the research he needed. Therefore, defeating him so quickly wasn't necessary. Everyone agrees that Big Brother is remarkable. During the conversation, they realize they've taken the wrong path and have ended up in the dormitory instead of the research lab. Moreover, they've entered the girls' dormitory. Big Brother states that he didn't take the wrong path since the school provides individual dormitories, specifically designed for people with transcendent genders. This is an exceptional feature that helps prevent accidents among classmates. The friend insists that it's the girls' dormitory, and more than that, it's Ziyu's dormitory. The girl with him slaps the long-haired boy on the head and says he's quite slow for not understanding what's going on at that moment. The friend realizes that Ziyu and Xingcun are in a relationship. The friends say their goodnights and part ways. Xingcun appears quite tired from what just happened and states that he's already told his friends that he and Ziyu are just childhood friends nonetheless. He bids them farewell and goes on his way. Ziyu seems quite convinced and remarks that Big Brother is acting a bit differently than before. At night, Xingcun and Ziyu continue talking. He explains about the transcendent powers that appeared in the world, how humans began studying these powers, and how they were able to replicate them. The girl listens attentively, understanding what her friend is saying. The protagonist grabs some vials of green power and explains that they are substances used to enhance the vital element consumption in superhumans. He drinks one of the green liquids and says it makes him feel like he's eating monster food. Ziyu silently observes her friend and he comments that even after taking this supplement, he's still hungry as it doesn't completely satisfy him. Ziyu explains that the research department suggests taking 1 vial of the liquid per day as it replenishes all the powers they need to strengthen. The girl continues to observe her friend's explanation, and he reassures her not to worry or think about reserving her energy abilities for the school. He advises her to go out and enjoy her abilities and use her powers. The protagonist moves closer to the girl and asks if she still has any traces of electricity in her body from that past incident. Ziyu is startled by his closeness and remarks that he's really too close to her. She tries to back away at one point. Ziyu begins recalling moments from their past where he rescued her and helped her escape from dangerous places. She starts wondering if he has truly changed. Ziyu's thoughts remain scattered and she begins to question whether he has cut ties with those girls from the past and is acting as if he erased that connection. While her thoughts are muddled, the protagonist looks deeply into her eyes and asks if she can truly say she no longer has energy in her body. He squeezes Ziyu's cheeks as she remains visibly shaken. He says she used to be very violent and that he doesn't want her to do that anymore. Ziyu manages to pull away. She pushes her colleague and steps back. Xingcun, being stronger than her, pins her to the ground and climbs on top of her. He starts speaking close to her face. She is visibly frightened and questions what the boy is doing. He leans in even closer, bringing his mouth near hers the moment he tries to kiss her. The girl turns her face away. She then asks Xingcun to get up. She says she is feeling strange. The protagonist doesn't listen to what the girl says. He remains lying on top of her and comments that she smells very nice and that he just wanted to taste her. Ziyu is very frightened. She doesn't quite know how to act or how to get out of this situation. She keeps questioning what the boy is doing and what he is saying about her. At this moment, Xingcun begins to transform. His eyes take on a different color, his teeth transform into large fangs, and he becomes quite frightening. Ziyu realizes that he is turning into a monster and that he is trying to eat her. She then unleashes a lightning strike toward him. The lightning transcends the walls and bursts out of. The girl who was with them earlier is surprised and wonders if this is why runes for people with transcendent genes really need to be different from the others. In a moment of clarity, Xingcun admits that the perfume his friend is wearing was enough to tempt him greatly, causing him to transform into a monster. She feels bad about what just happened. Xingcun then admires his friend's powers. He says he will be back shortly. She throws him a mask, saying that if he plans to do something bad, it is essential to wear it. He thanks her and promises to return soon. Before leaving, he tells her not to worry since he is only going to buy something to eat and will bring something for her as well. Xingcun leaves the room, and as soon as he steps into the garden, puts on the mask his friend gave him. He begins reflecting on his powers and observes his hands, which still have large claws. He says he needs to be careful to hide the monster transformation in his left hand. The dragoness then feels something akin to a shock. He states that he needs to hide the flames quickly. As he says this, he realizes he is in the dragon's heart. He then detects that he is very close to a large dragon, one he fought during the test period, and he knows the dragon is searching for him. He wonders what power he could use at this moment if the dragon appeared before him. Slightly worried about what he might face, he continues thinking that on Earth, there are dragons, but there are also other monsters that humans have yet to encounter. Ping Kong remains deeply reflective, pondering the relationship between monsters and humans. Far from there, a character is shown wondering where they are and complaining about a headache. The setting is inside a car with two men in the front seats. Still unsure of who is speaking, the person says they had just finished a stress relief session when some men approached and then knocked them out. It is then revealed that there are several people inside the car, one of them being the boy who used water powers while fighting Feng Shizi. He shouts and questions what the kidnappers are planning to do. In a tone of irony, the driver asks that he has taken his daily medication, noting that the dosage control might be slightly off. Desperate, the boy continues shouting that he wants to go home, that this is a kidnapping, and that what the monsters are doing is highly illegal. The man in the front seat, wearing a mask and the blonde hair, questions if he can administer the medication precisely. However, he notices that the boy seems different from the others since the rest are still asleep while he is already awake and very agitated. They then realize that the reason the boy is so restless and nervous is that he has more monster genes in his body, which cause him to wake up earlier. Crying, the boy still doesn't understand what's happening. However, the kidnappers continue their conversation, pointing out that he woke up 3 hours earlier than expected. They continue their journey along the road, talking and debating what they could do, and their car is stopped by a hero who delivers a powerful punch, halting the kidnappers. The car then suffers a massive impact, leaving all the occupants deeply concerned. They question what just happened. The blonde-haired boy is introduced as Falcon. The driver asks him to stay in the car to prevent the people inside from transforming prematurely. Meanwhile, he says he will step out to fight the person who stopped the car. At this moment, it becomes clear that the person who stopped the car with a punch was Xingcun, who has transformed. Xingcun appears behind the car's occupants. Falcon mourns that he is behind the driver, but it's already too late. Xingcun strikes the window, shattering it, and entering the car he grabs the driver by the neck and throws him out of the car using all of his strength. He hurls him far from the scene. The driver, confused, questions who he is. Xingcun tells him to guess. Xingcun declares that he will send him to hell and releases a powerful lightning bolt. Meanwhile, the people who were kidnapped inside the car start showing signs of awakening. The boy with water powers begins shouting, urging them to wake up quickly as they've been kidnapped. Falcon, the blonde-haired boy, notices the captives waking up and becomes desperate. He grabs a vial of green potion and tries to put it into the mouth of the boy, who has been awake the longest. The boy wonders if this is human trafficking and if they are going to die. He pleads to be released. Still panicked, the young man says his wife left him because he has monster genes and he doesn't want to become a monster again. He begs to be freed from the kidnapping. He mentions having children, but the kidnapper dismisses it, even stating that his son will be next. Finally, the captor places the potion near the boy's nose, causing him to fall asleep again. Outside, Xingcun continues unleashing his powers toward the man who was driving the car. They engage in combat. The man wonders why the flames are blue. He then realizes that Xingcun is using electricity, and yet the flames aren't canceling each other out, as both can ultimately be affected. At this moment, the protagonist launches additional powers toward his opponent. The long-haired man driving the car notices his hand is badly injured. He wonders why. If it was just part of the blue flame, it's hurting so much. He begins to question if Xingcun is trying to save the people who were kidnapped. The driver argues that all those people have monster genes and releasing them could cause chaos in the world. He claims that killing the kidnapped individuals is an act of justice and for the greater good. In response, Xingcun declares that this is human trafficking and has nothing to do with justice. He stomps on the opponent's head. The argument continues, with the long-haired man insisting that someone needs to do the dirty work and that this isn't human trafficking. He claims he is part of the Redemption Association and doesn't care about it. Xingcun keeps pressing his opponent's head into the ground while providing more details about the Redemption Association. The debate intensifies, with the long-haired man repeatedly asserting he has nothing to do with it and that no one cares about what Xingcun is saying. The protagonist orders him to shut up and says he will speak only when allowed. He then explains the history of the Redemption Association, its founding, and its purpose. The relationship between the Feng family and the association is also revealed at this point. After realizing that Xingcun knows a lot about the topic, the long-haired man decides to talk. He admits to only knowing about one secret experiment related to the Feng family. Xingcun doesn't believe him, but the man continues to insist that he only knows about one secret experiment. The protagonist presses harder on his head, and the man then admits to remembering two. As his head nears the point of bursting, the man confesses. Xingcun finally relaxes slightly. The man reveals that there are numerous experiments based on monster powers happening all over the country, but he truly doesn't know how many. He asks how many are near Kingshore City, and the driver states that only one is close and swears he can take the young man there. The questioning continues, and Xingcun keeps asking the driver various things. He then decides to ask the long-haired boy, who is now only wearing part of the mask, to take him to the monster factory experimenting. Xingcun makes a mistake. He turns his back, thinking his opponent was injured and couldn't do anything. At that moment, he is attacked from behind with a very strong power. With a tone of vengeance, the long-haired boy wearing the mask says his hand is still functional and ready to be used. Even so, the protagonist manages to dodge and neutralize the opponent's power, leaving him confused about what just happened. The opponent questions how Xing did that, noting that even if he had been prepared, it should have been impossible to defend, especially since he was facing away and the blue flame was used. Xingcun then turns and confronts his opponent about what just happened. He begins transforming into a monster again. He removes his mask, revealing intensely blue eyes and very sharp teeth. At that moment, the surrounding trees are shown, accompanied by a loud scream echoing among them. At the same time, Haven appears with the kidnapped individuals. Falcon continues placing a green liquid near the nose and mouth of the boy, who was awake and causing a lot of commotion in an attempt to escape. When the blonde-haired boy looks through the window, he notices Xingcun approaching. The protagonist wipes his mouth. He doesn't understand how Xingcun managed to withstand the electric shock his friend had just released. At that moment, Falcon dashes out of the car, running. Xingcun approaches, and the boy who was trying to escape and was desperate thanks him for saving him. Big Brother then declares that everyone is already marked as dead, as the location has been changed, and they have been registered as deceased. He questions if the kidnapped individuals didn't realize they had fallen into a trap to be taken to the Redemption Association. At this moment, the boy who was agitated and trying to escape realizes that his son is still at the Redemption Association. They ask what they can do. It is explained that the association is located on an outside main city, and is much more fortified than Manhwa City. Details about the Redemption Association's location are shared, revealing it was created after the fall of Manhwa City. As the story unfolds, Falcon appears to be arriving at the Redemption Association. He approaches the gate, and the camera films him as he states he is not an intruder. The camera continues filming him, declaring that if he were an intruder, they would immediately detect it. Falcon continues arguing with the person behind the camera, trying to prove his identity. He speaks to the supervisor as soon as possible. The person behind the camera asks if he is sure no one followed him there. The blonde-haired man asserts that even if someone followed him, they wouldn't get past the first line of defense, and that if anyone made it, they would simply become food for the monsters. In the control room, the guards question whether he really isn't an intruder. At that moment, it is revealed that Xingcun is also at the location. He followed Falcon, and despite using other monsters as cover, managed to bypass the system and gain entry. The protagonist is now inside the Redemption Association. In nearby facilities, People are working to further study the monsters. A young man lying on a stretcher and undergoing research wakes up and lets out a loud scream. The doctor in the operating room wonders if the vocal cords haven't been removed yet. The assistant apologizes and assures that it won't happen again. The surgery continues, aimed at further research. The young man on the stretcher, who is about to have his vocal cords removed, begs them not to do it. He is crying and extremely desperate at that moment. It is noticed that other people are nearby and likely also being studied without having his vocal cords removed. He recognizes someone familiar. He continues screaming, calling the doctors bastards, and vows to find and kill them all. The researchers persist in trying to remove the young man's vocal cords to proceed with the procedure. As they are about to complete the operation, a blackout occurs, plunging everything into darkness. The researchers panic and cannot understand what caused the power to shut down. They head to the site to investigate what happened at this moment. Falcon appears in the room. The researcher immediately senses something is wrong and alerts security, announcing that there is an intruder. He calls for reinforcements and dials a number labeled fan on his phone screen. At that moment, a lightning bolt strikes the phone, shattering it into countless pieces. Feigning ignorance, Xingcun continues pretending to be Falcon, claiming someone followed him to the location. He maintains his act as the guards arrive and ask for instructions on handling the situation. At that moment, a power blast is unleashed, sending everyone in the area flying. Xingcun introduces himself, stating it is already too late to stop him. The supervisor becomes furious over the unfolding events. He cannot believe the security system allowed an intruder into the Redemption Association. Xingcun tells him not to worry and claims that the Real security has just arrived. He fires flames at the guards. Falcon attempts to defend himself, grabs a green energy vial, and uses it against the protagonist. The energy in question is electricity. A fight breaks out inside the monster factory. Falcon continues firing electricity, while the protagonist counters with flames. A massive battle ensues, with the security guards also joining in. It is revealed that the lab has spent years studying fire elements, meaning what Xingcun was wielding should have been insignificant to them. Falcon questions what is happening, as he usually relies on his transcendent abilities during these moments. He doesn't understand why this is happening, or why his abilities are manifesting differently. He then notices that the blue flame unleashed by Xingcun is absorbing his power. The guards are shocked to discover that Xingcun's ability can absorb their powers. The fight continues, with both sides unleashing their powers. They then realize that protagonist is using a power akin to one used in self-sacrifice or self-destruction. They are puzzled about how Xingcun can wield this ability twice in succession. The battle rages on. The guards speculate whether he is the elemental boy, and observe that half of his body appears to be spinning like a machine. They wonder if they are witnessing a monster attacking a person, and conclude it would take at least a level 3 monster ranking to achieve such power. Everyone around is astonished by Xingcun's capabilities. The guards keep trying to subdue the intruder, using various powers against him, but none are effective. The researcher approaches, attempting to regain control of the situation. Even he, having dedicated years to studying monsters, cannot comprehend what is happening. He states that despite studying the abilities of the Fan family, none of them could do what Xingcun is doing. It is practically impossible. They realize that Xingcun's star element is far stronger and more potent than they had imagined. A simple attack would not suffice to subdue him. A final desperate measure is taken to try to the protagonist, as he is extraordinarily powerful, and no one else can match or defeat him. At this point, they still do not realize they are dealing with Xingcun, treating him merely as an intruder. Suddenly, the boy unleashes a power that temporarily disables everyone else's abilities. No one can release flames, and they realize the intruder's transcendent gene is exceptionally high, and his flames possess remarkable quality. The researcher then mentions the eternal flame, and Xingcun questions what it is. The researcher explains that the eternal flame is what they have been studying, and that the boy could make a significant contribution to the world by using his powers to unlock its secrets. They invite Xingcun, still seen as an intruder, to join them. The protagonist expresses confusion over the invitation, considering he just killed several people involved in the project. The researcher responds that he does not care about personal security, and that what just happened is acceptable. He says the Fong family will care about the loss of a few guards as long as the research remains intact, and that what just happened is not a problem. The boy then explains that it wasn't just guards. Some researchers were also killed during the fight. The protagonist recounts how he entered the monster factory. Retracing his steps and showing that some people were killed during his journey to the research lab, the researcher becomes outraged and shocked by what he just heard. He recalls the people in the car who were being taken there and says it wasn't right for them to be freed. He then questions what is wrong with the protagonist, as he even helped and benefited the people who were being kidnapped. The boy who was on the table about to have his vocal cords removed becomes emotional. He is still there and doesn't quite know how to act. Xingcun touches him with his monster-transformed hands, asks him to calm down, and says he will take revenge on the Fong family. The researcher is in shock and refuses to accept what's happening. The protagonist then strikes the researcher on the neck. Grabbing him by the neck, the researcher decides to reveal where the eternal flame is before he can finish his sentence. Xingcun interrupts, saying he already knows it's in the cotton factory. The researcher is surprised, as he didn't know the opponent already had more information about the eternal flame. The boy asserts that his knowledge of Xingcun City is greater than the researcher could imagine. He continues holding the researcher by the neck. Big Brother keeps talking, explaining his reasons for knowing so much about the association. He tightens his grip on the researcher's neck, who begins crying and panicking. He transforms again and delivers another blow to the researcher. He explains that he doesn't want any star element and that he is free to search for other elements inside the monster factory. He moves away from the researcher and leaves the place accompanied by his own monsters. He then finds a room filled with potions identical to the ones he takes. However, he notes that the ones in the factory are much purer than those provided by the school. He decides to confiscate the potions. He also grabs some pills nearby that are meant for the monsters. As a gesture of gratitude, he feeds the monsters around him. Satisfied and well-fed, he moves to another room. When he places a box on the ground, he notices another boy's presence. They exchange glances. With purple hair and a muscular build, the boy says he has been waiting for the protagonist for a long time. During their conversation, Xingcun remarks that he never imagined the fourth star transcendent who just arrived would be someone he had already seen in the news. He claims that the boy used his transcendent abilities to brutally kill a total of 13 women. The protagonist retorts, accusing the fan family of playing dirty by recruiting someone like him, a killer and abuser. The protagonist then asks if Xingcun knows what he has gotten himself into and if he understands his current situation. He states that the protagonist's nightmares are only beginning. He continues, warning that if Xingcun knew him, he would realize that in future classes, he could crush him with the power of gravity. Amid many threats, the purple-haired, muscular boy unleashes a great power toward the protagonist. Several stones fall on Xingcun. The villain then mocks, telling him to scream louder, as he can't hear his voice beneath the rocks. Suddenly, blue flames appear among the rocks. The villain is surprised, as he didn't expect Xingcun to dissipate his powers even while trapped under the stones. The villain continues dissipating his powers, calling for help from vital elements, including the force of gravity. Xingcun remains calm, focusing on escaping the situation. The purple-haired man keeps launching various powers at Xingcun. His goal is to crush and kill the story's protagonist. It doesn't take long for Big Brother to break free from the rocks and appear behind the villain. Blue flames in hand, the boy is startled and cannot understand what just happened. Then, the boy transformed into a monster attacks him and throws him under the rocks. He continues mutating and a hand with teeth emerges from within his own hand and attaches to the villain's back. At this moment, the purple-haired man feels deeply provoked and begins contemplating the power of gravity and the pressure he can exert on his opponent. The discussion between them continues along with their powers. Each tries to overpower the other, demonstrating greater strength and dominance. Suddenly, the ground begins to rumble, and the villain suspects something might be coming from beneath the earth. Xingcun panics, thinking it could be Earth Dragon. The ground continues splitting open and more golden elements emerge from beneath it. Suddenly, a massive dragon breaks through the ground and escapes, astonishing everyone. At this moment, both the protagonist and the villain admit they cannot contain it. The purple-haired man begins questioning what is happening and what kind of monster it could be. He realizes it's an earth dragon and that his defenses fail to hold up against it. It is explained that in reality, Earth Dragon came to confront the purple-haired man, not Xingcun. This time, the protagonist unleashes another power and together with the dragon's force, The purple-haired man is defeated. Xingcun grabs the box containing pills and supplements and heads toward his next destination. He then encounters exterminators. The group begins approaching him. The exterminators are hunting the Earth Dragon. As they get closer to the Earth Dragon, they become frozen and petrified. They then notice someone standing in front of the Earth Dragon. They cannot understand who that person is or how they can stand there. They realize it is Sonic Wave, who they thought had already been executed for murdering 13 women. The woman leading the group declares that if he killed women, she will kill both him and the dragon. At that moment, the dragon releases water, forcing the woman back. The purple-haired villain thinks someone has come to rescue him. He then realizes that the exterminators are there to kill him too. He begins unleashing his powers in an attempt to defend himself. The woman regains her strength and launches another attack, forcing both the dragon and the man away. The fight continues and Sonic manages to escape. The purple-haired man starts running in the opposite direction. Before he realizes it, he is inside the dragon's mouth. It turns out another Earth Dragon took advantage of his distraction and captured him again. The exterminator then notices the presence of a second dragon. She cannot understand why two of these creatures are present in the same place. The other exterminators are equally confused about the situation. They attempt to control the scene and prevent the dragons from escaping. The name of the long-haired exterminator is revealed as Xingcun Kue. One of the exterminators warns Xingcun not to jump into the dragon's mouth because their teeth are incredibly strong. She responds that the dragon will have to bite her first. She unleashes water toward the dragon. Sister Kue successfully subdues the dragon. Her allies celebrate her achievement as they never imagined she could accomplish what she just did. She feels very proud. They question how the dragon's genesis makes it so enormous, reaching up to 100 meters in length. The group of exterminators celebrates Sister Kue's victory over the dragon. Meanwhile, at the Shang family residence, research continues on the Eternal Flame. News arrives about the monster factory. It is reported that the location is in ruins, completely destroyed, and that no researcher from the institute survived. It is also said that the individual responsible for the destruction is missing and no one knows who carried out the attack. According to some reports, the perpetrator was devoured by the Earth Dragon. The head of the Fang family declares that an urgent matter must now be addressed, and that an emergency protocol has been activated because the monster factory has been exposed to the public. He believes there might be some repercussions, but only something verbal. They then access the last message left by the director and researcher of the monster factory. The final word he spoke was blue flames. They begin questioning what this could mean. Analyzing it and using all their knowledge about monster powers, they conclude who might be the key to everything that happened there. They start recalling previous research to try to understand more about the genes of the blue flame transcendence. They conclude that to solve the problem, they need to find the boy of the blue flame, but they don't know where to begin looking for him. The only information they have is that he is a transcendent. They decide to consult the extermination department. Meanwhile, a son of the Fang family continues conversing with the Eternal Flame monster. At this moment, it's revealed that the monster has massive roots extending to the center of the earth. The book shows that the Eternal Flame monster could reach up to 5,000 meters. Astonishing everyone, at the end of the Eternal Flame's roots lie the Earth Dragons. At that moment, Sonic appears. Having been sucked in by the dragons earlier, he is lost and doesn't understand why he is in that place. Another mouth opens and Sonic wonders what kind of monster this is. He can't comprehend how such a gigantic monster can exist in the world. He observes every detail inside the monster, until he notices a fragment from Hongchun's hands attached to his back. At this moment, Xingcun appears in Ziyu's room. The girl had been waiting for him all this time. He had promised to buy her something to eat, and now he shows up with a box and hands it to her. He then wonders how they will proceed, whether to continue using the Earth Dragon or the monster's power to track him down. At the Eternal Flame Research Center, they announce they will begin a search to identify the boy of the blue flame. The Eternal Flame starts showing signs of activity and begins to open. The researchers are alarmed. They say the director should return because, ever since he left a short time ago, the Eternal Flame has been signaling and moving. Elsewhere, new characters appear. These characters seem to be conversing with a captain. They discuss the ranking. It is explained that they were summoned for a mission assigned by the Fan family. At this moment, they make it clear that no matter who the intruders are, they will exterminate them and leave no survivors. Without revealing the director's identity, the characters shown have visible battle scars on their faces. The director orders them not to let anyone escape. The characters leave the room to hunt down the intruder who destroyed the monster laboratory. Another character named Vanish enters the story. He observes everything happening attentively using his powers. The previous characters suddenly disappear, leaving Vanish startled by what he just witnessed. Frightened, Vanish kneels beside the leader of the fan family. He says his aura was cancelled and that it was the only way he found to survive. He also asks for a chance to prove there were no intruders at the site. He explains that there were monsters composed of beetles and that it was odd no one transformed into a monster until the flower bloomed. They ask him if there were 4 flowers in total. He says they could turn invisible and also wielded eternal flames after Vanish's revelations. The leader declares that these monsters will kill many people and orders them to report to the exterminators. They continue investigating the eternal flame. They come to understand why the plant is opening or what triggered it. The leader approaches, his suspicions come to light, and they realize that the flower has undergone a genetic mutation. Far away, Xingcun talks to Xiu. She questions why the boy is looking at her so strangely. She asks if he wants to eat again. He replies that he doesn't, that he already drank his potion during the night, and that now it will take about 10 days for him to feel hungry again. Eguro explains that he needs to start stabilizing monster genes with transcendent genes to control the intensity of hunger and rage when he becomes human. He approaches Xiu and tries to touch her. The two are sitting on the ground. The girl looks at him with fear and hesitation, but does not move away at this moment. Xingcun begins to transform, and once again, his hands release a large claw with blue lightning emanating from them. Xiu then asks him to touch her. He warns that it will hurt momentarily, but assures her that afterward, she will be ready. She expresses her desire to absorb a bit of his power. At that moment, the girl feels a massive pink shock. She then says her transcendent genes are becoming much more active. Several pink lightning bolts begin to appear. She continues to absorb her powers. Meanwhile, in the institution's director's room, information arrives that the electrical circuits are malfunctioning. A blackout occurs. The institution's director tells his assistant not to worry, stating that the institution is full of geniuses and talented people, and it is probably just someone testing something. They joke about the electricity bill they might receive at the end of the month. The director reassures her, saying electricity bills are always high, but talent is priceless. The exterminators then call the school's director. He answers the call. He realizes that the blackout is affecting the entire city, not just the institution. He explains that it is just Xiu, and there is no need to worry, as the bill will be reimbursed. The institution's location is explained. It is situated in Xingcun City. It is also revealed that the city is an island and the 3rd largest city in Shuaxia. The concern over the electricity bill is elaborated on, highlighting how much energy Xiu consumes in the city. The extermination headquarters speculates about Xia's abilities, noting that she has only recently awakened and must have an extraordinary body to handle such immense energy. It is explained to her that no one with transcendent genes has a pure body, which allows her to sustain high levels of elements, especially electric ones. It is noted that the director is still on the phone with the extermination team. The director provides more details about Xia's powers and those of other students. It is then revealed that the electricity bill for those 3 hours amounted to about 56 million yuan. The director cannot understand why the bill was so high. At that moment, the conversation is interrupted and the assistant announces that Xiu is there too. He is surprised and asks for her to be let in. She apologizes for the amount of electricity she consumed and thanks the school for its support. He reassures her, saying she is incredibly talented and there is no problem, then asks what rank she is in the transcendent ranking. He then states that he will teach her how to control the electricity within her body. She responds that she is ranked at 2 stars. It is astonished as his calculations suggested she would reach 2 stars in a few weeks, but she achieved the rank much faster. The director asks to examine her and at that moment he transmutes. Xiu touches him and some electric sparks begin to appear. He explains that there are only 2 reasons for such a high level of transcendence: genes or fighting monsters or intense emotions. The girl admits that her emotions are indeed very intense at the moment. The director contemplates this. Xingcun then pats his friend on the head and says he will make the institution proud, expressing his gratitude and promising that he will graduate. The director laughs and asks if he still plans to graduate after everything he has already caused in the institution. The director adds that Xiu is doing well and is ready for the next star in the ranking. But for the boy, it is different. He explains that to achieve second place in the ranking, it requires transforming and transcending his genes into one of the elemental genes. The explanation continues, detailing why the boy will not be able to rise in the ranking so quickly. Hexing provides details about a technology that had never been used before, explaining that it wouldn't be enough to prevent the apocalypse. This surprises the director, who hadn't expected him to know all of this. Ken continues explaining how he knows all this information, leaving the director even more shocked by his knowledge. He then asks for more fluid elixirs for himself. The director says it's not that simple and explains that his elixirs aren't as cheap as the energy consumed by Xiu that night. The boy and the girl then say goodbye to the director and leave the room. The director asks them to return. He says he'll give Xingcun another chance. He explains that the institution is about to select new participants for upcoming competitions, and that if Xingcun's team can join, he will help the boy with transcendent robots. The boy thanks him and agrees to participate with the Supernova's group. Xiu remains in the corner of the room, and the director notes that there are only 3 days left for the new supernova registrations after they leave. The director's assistant questions his reasoning, believing they shouldn't be allowed to join the supernovas. The director admits it's hard to explain, but insists they can participate. The assistant asks if it's just because of Xia's talent, and the director replies no, adding that Xingcun is also extremely talented. He explains all of Xingcun's abilities to her. She is surprised and admits she knew nothing about the boy, let alone his monster genes. The phone rings, and the director angrily answers. He announces it's the extermination department calling. Before listening, the director starts complaining about Xia's energy bill, assuming that's the reason for the call. The next day, extermination officers appear at the school. They believe there's a 90% chance that the blue flame boy is one of the students there. They begin an investigation to uncover his identity. The conversation continues, and at a certain point one of the characters sits in front of the institution's director to stop small talk and start discussing business. The guy explains that besides being a judge at the supernova selection currently, he also has the responsibility of investigating the blue flame. The long-haired white man then wonders why they think the blue flame would be in the educational institution. The other boy, who has been quiet until now, starts to talk and explains what happened and what led him to think that the blue flame would be in that institution. He tells that at a certain point he was in trouble when the blue flame guy appeared and saved him. He then lost consciousness, and when he woke up, the monster was already dead, and he did not understand what just happened. So due to the level of power used at that moment, they imagined it was someone from the institution. They said that since the incident, the appearance of the blue flame has increased a lot, and that the day before, the Fong family reported that it appeared again in an attack on their laboratory. Furthermore, they also mention the theft of some vital fluids and the death of some people who worked in that laboratory. They assert that the person of the blue flame is becoming even more dangerous, and they must arrest her. The director then listens attentively to what the boys are saying. He then says that based on everything he heard, he knows that the boy is indeed from this institution. The youngest boy then says that, since the day he was knocked unconscious by the blue flame boy, he feels a very strange connection between them. He asserts that the moment he stepped into the school, he felt that the blue flame was there. They then state that all students, even the youngest ones, will be investigated and checked. The headmaster asserts that all students are currently undergoing training, and this would be the perfect time for the investigators to go there. Outside this room, one of the trainings among students is happening. The rules are then explained and how they will be evaluated during training. It is then explained that at certain points in this training, some transcendent genes will become even more active. The teacher then declares that everyone is free to be in the training. However, he calls Xiu and Xingcun for a private conversation. The other students just watch what's happening. Noticing the teacher's absence, the other students then start talking. The blonde-haired boy calls Xingcun's and Xiu's friends and says that they should be partners during the fight. The friends then find that situation strange. Xingcun's with long black hair says he is going to pair up with Xiao Tao and is afraid of accidentally hurting opponents. The blonde-haired boy then mocks and asks if the other lackeys are listening. After all, he is much stronger and does not feel that he could be hurt by the other boy. Somewhat away, the teacher separately talks to Ziyu and Xingcun. He explains that he is worried. After all, the students would participate in this supernova, but they do not possess the minimum required to participate in this selection. The teacher says that the lowest criteria to participate is to have at least 3 stars in the transcendent ranking. Extremely concerned, the instructor carries on saying that they should thank Xingcun for this opportunity, but admits that they would stand not much chance. He says that the previous day Xing had joined a second-year group while she was still in the first and used a 2-star power to alter the ranking to participate in the supernova. He says that the students could follow Xingcun's example and join a second-year team. The boys are surprised and say that is not necessary, as they are fine with their current team. Suddenly, Xingcun feels a strange sensation. He then has a vision and detects that there is someone inside the institution who knows about his presence there, and it indeed is the boy who was talking to the headmaster. The protagonist then thinks of ways to remain undiscovered, as it would be a great problem for him if that happens. He says he needs to block the connection he has with the boy. While he is thinking of ways to escape the situation, the teacher keeps saying what you should do to participate in the supernova. He further states that Xiaoyu could be the team captain and he will register her first to see what they can do. Afterwards, Xiaoyu is thrilled with the possibility and asks whether she could use all her strength during the competition. On the other side, the students continue talking. The blonde-haired boy intimidates Xingcun's friend, saying that his leader won't be able to protect him forever. At that moment, they are surprised by a light that cuts across the sky. Suddenly, several pink rays start to dispel. It's Ziyu again. The boys then move away after the incident. Now talking to the teacher, Ziyu asks whether what she just did is acceptable. He says yes, and that it was a great demonstration. At this point, Director Yang's secretary asks to speak with Professor Biu Liang. She inquires whether Xingcun is with him. Assessing the situation, the protagonist then understands that the exterminators are around. It's requested that all students gather. They question what is happening and whether the exterminators have arrived. The tallest exterminator with green hair leaves the mission to the shorter boy. He asks if he has not yet found the person. The smaller boy is introduced as Lin Chai. He claims he knows that the person from Blue Flame is in that place, but the connection he previously had disappeared at that moment. But that does not matter after all. He continues to sense the presence and smell of that person. A shower of metals and meteors then falls from the sky. The story goes back in time 2 months earlier. A destroyed building is shown in the picture below. 2 boys are talking. One of them is the captain. One of the boys then reports to the captain and says that the vice captain was able to destroy a monster inside that building. The great captain then gives the order to evacuate the area. Fast, the other guy then grabs a radio and gives the orders to evacuate the district immediately. The captain then casts a metal power around him, surprising those around him. Then the building collapses and the whole structure falls to the ground. Then the exterminator, who appears in the story seeking the Blue Flame boy, emerges from the ruins and says there will be payback for what happened and that hell make the captain pay for it. He is introduced as the vice captain in the present days. Lin Chi appears releasing an element from his hands, causing the other exterminator guy to question what is happening. He tells the boy to destroy the 5 elements of his own formation. Their conversation continues and Lin Chi continues to produce more elements. He then fires again, causing pieces of metal to fall on the students who were training nearby. Everyone is confused and don't understand what the exterminators want. Xingcun then realizes that the boy can feel metal elements in his body, hence why they're all throwing their powers. He fires all metals at the students as everyone panics. Xingcun thinks of a way to get out of the situation. He then asks Zihu to stay away from him and assures her that everything will be fine. Lin Chi says he has found the Blue Flame boy. Various metals are fired towards Xingcun. He acts oblivious and questions if it's just a test to assess his abilities. Lin Chi explains that all of this is happening because of things he'd done before, such as sabotaging the Fong family's laboratory, attacking an exterminator, and destroying a shopping center. He also says that Xingcun will be arrested by the exterminators. His friends are shocked that they didn't think he was the Blue Flame boy. The rest of the students question how Xingcun was in the same room with them, as the Blue Flame power is an attribute of transcendent people. Although the boy tries to act oblivious, he knows he won't stay unnoticed, as his body contains metal and the opponent's power is used to find him. The protagonist then takes action and decides to use just a little bit of the metal element to defend himself. He then recalls his teacher's teachings and starts putting them into practice. He uses the power of metals, leaving the exterminators confused as the blue flame boy has a fire attribute, not a metal one, as was being demonstrated. Lin Chi says his senses aren't wrong. He goes on to say he's right, and that with a bit more skill, someone with metal attributes can indeed create fire, which could be Xingcun's case. Then another powerful ability with great speed and shake is unleashed. Everyone is watching what's happening at the moment. The teacher then realizes that indeed someone with a metal attribute could create fire, and he wonders if Xingcun is indeed the blue flame suspect. More powers were unleashed against the hero, who is surprised by what is really happening at the moment. A battle begins between the two, and suddenly, the water element is fired. They are left understanding until the girl with long blue and green hair appears. She, being the leader of the exterminators, said she thought the other boy had come to be the judging of the supernova selection, and that the students of this academy were under her protection. The girl keeps getting their attention after all. They didn't obey her orders and did something they shouldn't have done. Lin Shi then tells Shangguan Kuei to keep away from him. She is outraged by the request after all. No one can tell a girl to back off. She then begins to transform and calls him insolent. She unleashes a great power of water towards him. While getting quite irritated, the discussion continues, and Kuei explains that he was observing and monitoring the campus when the Fong family's lab was destroyed, and that night, no one left the school. So the blue flame boy wasn't there. Xingcun doesn't understand why she is defending. The eldest boy of the exterminators then says he made a mistake. He apologizes, takes Lin Shi, and says he is going to prepare for the supernova selection. Xingcun then appears and goes to talk to Shangguan. He states that monitoring all students must be quite tiring given that the institute is very full. She then turns her back and says that no one has time to monitor every day, and she says that she defended him given that her ability to read people shows him not to be a bad person. Xiaoyu appears to be jealous of the relationship between Xingcun and Shangguan. The long-haired girl then turns to Xiaoyu and says she has some requests for her and some opportunities. She then says she is leaving and asks for the students to stay strong and study hard. The teacher observes the interaction between the students and realizes they weren't joking when they said they wanted to participate in the supernova selection as they possess great powers. He realizes that even excluding the powers of the other two who haven't woken up yet, combining the power of Xiaoyu with that of Xingcun, they have a strong chance of winning. The day of registration for the supernova arrives. Some teachers are together in a room. They both comment on the teams that are participating and which one has the best chance of winning. One of them asks if the teachers heard the news and claims that Biu Liang made a special request to lead a first-year team to compete against them. Everyone is surprised. After all, it is not common for a first-year team to compete in the supernova. At this moment, Biu Liang opens the door and enters the room. Everyone is surprised again. After all, they didn't imagine that this would really happen. Far from there in the dormitories, a blonde-haired boy tries to convince Xingcun's friend. He says he is very envious, since Xingcun promised to give life essences to his friend, and that this would be enough for them to take twice a day. The blonde then says that the other guy needs to wake up as quickly as possible, and that the Fan family has a method to initiate the awakening, and that this is what he needs most at this moment under great coercion. The blonde insists that he needs to wake up at that moment to pass the final test, and that this is more important than sticking with his partnership. With Xing and Xiaoyu, the boy gets angry, as they are talking about him and his sister. He asks the other blonde-haired boy to step back. They start a debate, and the long black-haired boy says he will always stand beside Big Brother. Annoyed, the blonde boy then grabs his classmate by the collar and lifts him up high. The argument continues heated, and he tries to convince him that he should leave Big Brother's side and think on his side, because on Xing's side he could lose a lot and gain others. The hero's friend manages to get away and says he will always be with him even in death, and that Xing is not as foolish as he thinks, and is like a younger brother. The blonde-haired boy gets irritated and questions whether Zhangshang is ready for the worst years of his life. Zhangshang responds that, if this is the case, it would be better not to wake him up. After all, if this happens, he will fight with the blonde-haired boy for the rest of his life. Threats continue from the blonde boy's side, who says he will use a few surprises every night to disrupt Zhangshang's peace. Yifunkun's friend then asserts that, if it weren't for Big Brother, he would have died long time ago, and because of this, he will spend the rest of his life helping his friend. The argument continues to heat up between both sides. The blonde-haired boy then makes an even harder threat, saying he is going to kill both Zhangshang and his sister. Not so far from there, Fang Zhai makes his appearance in the story again. He is accompanied by the boy who had previously unleashed the power of water in the story. They are discussing Xingcun and the boy's powers later on. Zhang and his sister head to Big Brother's room. The door opens and they both step into the room. Xingcun then announces that he will provide special training for his peers and asks them to close their eyes when he notices Zhang and his sister removing their socks. He is puzzled as to what this means. Zhang then threatens to put the sock over his sister's head. Xiao Tao. She becomes panic-stricken, questioning if he is planning to murder her. The training is interrupted by Xingcun, who resumes speaking about the training and urges them to close their eyes again. Before the conversation continues, Xiao Tao breaks the silence and questions whether Xingcun is truly the blue flame boy. Zhang then draws his sister's attention and questions what she is talking about. Without a second thought, Xingcun decides not to lie to his friends anymore and confesses that he is indeed the blue flame boy. The siblings are shocked and confirm that their friend is indeed very strong. They are extremely surprised by the revelation they just uncovered. Zhang meanwhile wonders how his sister knew all of this. She then claims that she noticed something strange, seeing as exterminators wouldn't come for Xingcun for no reason. She shares that she paid attention to Xingcun's reactions and realized the boy was nervous, which would be unnecessary unless he was the blue flame boy. She also points out that she noticed Ju's reactions and saw her behaving only delicately and with no major concerns, something she has never seen Ju do before. Zhang still can't believe how his sister knew all this and could have associated Xingcun as being the blue flame boy. The protagonist then questions whether his friends will drift away after learning about this. He asserts that he isn't a bad person and that he only uses his power for good. Xiao Tao then states that, if not for their friend, they would already be dead, and regardless, he is very special and will continue to be. She further contends that the destruction of the Feng family's laboratory was significant since they were hiding something and their research was unethical. She continues, saying she won't drift away because ever since Zhang decided to stand by Xingcun, so did she, and that will never change. Zhang then tells his sister to shut up. Ignoring this, the girl voices that as long as their opponents are the Kuning and Feng families, she and her brother will fight alongside Xing and will do whatever it takes to assist him. Her brother agrees. Both Xingcun and Xiao Tao hand a potion flask to the brothers. They both drink it. Xingcun explains that the fluid they ingested will be absorbed as soon as possible. The girl wonders if that could be the essence of life. Xingcun agrees and mentions that he grabbed some of these fluids from the Feng family's lab. The protagonist shares that it never occurred to him not to share these fluids with his classmates who have always been by his side. Zhang is stating that this is more than he could have ever imagined his friend would do for him. They continue talking and Xingcun suggests that now is the time for them to close their eyes and begin training. Both Zhang and Xiao Tao lie on the ground. Xingcun then apologizes, claiming it is necessary to keep a monster genus secret. He then transforms and wishes his friends sweet dreams from the depths of hell. Xingcun knows that Ziyu also will transcend and her genes will go mad with just a bit of stimulation, so he needs to take care of the girl. However, he understands that, since the siblings have never transcended before, he can be a bit more aggressive with them. He touches the siblings, who are still laying on the ground, confused about what's happening. With their eyes closed suddenly, Xiao Tao gets transported to another place. She feels as though she's rolling in grass. Wearing pink pajamas with hearts, she wonders what this place is and what these clothes are that she's wearing. She then perceives herself to be in a nightmare. She becomes quite frightened. A teddy bear near her starts to transmogrify. She becomes even more terrified and wonders why her dream has changed. She says the teddy bear, which always used to transmogrify in her dreams, seems even more agitated now. The creature grows to unimaginable heights. The little girl just watches. Lin Qi then approaches the room and senses that something unusual is happening. As there are yellow lights surrounding the dwelling, Lin Qi appears to be quite disturbed by the situation and says that Xingcun's room is emitting an aura he has never seen before. He remains convinced that Xingcun is indeed the boy of the blue flame and intends to reveal this during the supernova selection. Suddenly, a noise sounds. It's an emergency call from the exterminators. They perceive this as something bad. The exterminator boys realize that the North District has been attacked. They reach the site and see that the North Circuit indeed has been assaulted. Everything is on the ground. The smell of blood is strong in the area, and there are no signs of survivors. Other exterminator personnel begin to arrive at the site to assess what happened. They wonder if there was a monster in the area. They then engage in a discussion in an attempt to figure out what was taking place and the reason for such destruction. Suddenly, a noise splits the sky and everyone looks up in terror. A monster then appears. Unleashing great powers, all the people are left in utter shock by the circumstance, without understanding exactly what is happening. The headphones carrying one of the exterminators fall to the ground and open a crater. They don't quite understand what is happening as it seems to be an invisible force. They question whether this would be a monster or a dragon heading to the place. They then get advised to prioritize their own safety. They realize they can't block the strange force attacking them. They then notice that the invisible monster is at least 40 times stronger than them in terms of power. The character with tied up and brown hair then throws a bit of blood, claiming it to be a sacrifice. This is her attempt to try to block the situation. Another guy says that they shouldn't have done that they just needed a bit more time to be able to dominate that monster that was on site. All the exterminators continue arguing in an attempt to understand how they could master the monster and save what was still there. He then claims he did that with the intent to save the captain's life, since he many times used powers to protect them and save their lives, and now it's her turn to also protect the captain. The captain says that this is unnecessary and asks the girl to stop. He says he is the captain and asks everyone to listen to him. The others keep saying that what she is doing is exactly because of him being the captain, and for that reason he should stay alive while everyone else should die at that moment. The discussion continues. Some argue that the captain must stay alive while everyone else sacrifices themselves for him. Thus, all the others die, leaving the captain in despair. He questions if he is truly strong. He wonders if he could have protected all the others who died in vain to shield him. He resolves to find a safe place and report the situation to the control center as quickly as possible. The captain starts hearing noises similar to those he heard earlier, but they remain distant. He wonders if it's still the invisible monster and asks what it wants. Many people have died trying to save him. As he looks around, he notices several monsters nearby. He questions where they came from. The captain realizes there is no safe place at that moment, but he must report the situation to headquarters as soon as possible. When he grabs his phone to send a message, he finds there is no internet or cell signal. The captain assesses that the elemental powers are so strong they are blocking the signal. This prevents him from sending the message. He decides to run as fast as he can. While running, he tries to regain cell signal, but with little success. Suddenly, a weak signal appears, and he manages to make contact. He calls for help, urging HQ not to send anyone below the 4-star rank. He explains that the power levels are extremely high and that invisible monsters are attacking them. He suspects that all the monsters are ranked above 4 stars. After successfully sending the warning, he feels somewhat relieved and declares he can now fight the monsters, even if it means his death. Suddenly, Xingcun appears. She unleashes her water power and apologizes for the delay. The captain tells her to be careful. Before he can finish, she interrupts him, stating that the monsters only attacked because they were likely looking for a quick meal. The captain tries to explain, insisting otherwise, and describes the terrible scene he witnessed. Far away, Xingcun is fully transcended. He explains to his siblings that after adapting transcendent powers, humans believed they could control monsters and dominate the world, but in reality, they were wrong. Completely transcended and transformed, the protagonist continues narrating the story, explaining to his friends what it all means. He then grabs Zhang Shang by the arms and lifts him into the air while Xiao Tao is lying down. She also hears the noises from her companion. Xingcun evaluates how his friends are sleeping at that moment. He notes that Xiao Tao's dream seems normal, typical for someone who is afraid. However, Zhang Shang's condition appears a bit strange. Suddenly, enraged with anger, Zhang Shang rises from the ground and, now awake, declares that he is going to kill someone. Both Xingcun and Ziyu are surprised and congratulate him for waking up at this moment. Xiao Tao also awakens, and the siblings realize what has just happened. Overcome with emotion, Zhang Shang begins to cry, saying that he will always stand on Xingcun's battlefield because Xingcun helped him awaken. Xingcun explains what happened and why the genes were activated. The friends continue talking and mention that the selection for supernova is about to begin, with Lai Kukun joining the powers of Xingcun, Ziyu, and now Zhang Shang, who has finally awakened. They have a strong chance of winning the competition. The quartet then bids each other farewell. Xingcun warns his friends not to drink water in the coming days. He advises them to drink the fluid of life if they feel thirsty. Xingcun wonders if he is dreaming and questions whether he has truly awakened at that moment. Xiao Tao realizes that Xingcun wanted her to participate in the supernova selection. She asks her brother if she understood correctly. Her brother replies that they will do anything Big Brother asks of them, and that this is just the supernova. The older brother adds that it is a great opportunity after all. They now have the power to participate in supernova as candidates. A week later, the supernova selection begins. Teams begin preparing for the selection. The blonde-haired boy is seen drinking the essential fluid of life. A friend asks where he obtained that fluid. He explains that he got it from Xingcun. Apparently, the recently awakened boy had left some of the fluid in bottles inside his shoe, which he took and drank. The friend asks if he isn't afraid of retaliation, and he says no. Since Xingcun is just someone close to Ziyu's team, it wouldn't affect him. He adds that their leader is from the Fong family, meaning they are not playing in the same league. The blonde-haired boy then outlines the plan in case they face Ziyu and Xingcun's team during supernova. He says that the little girl, Xiao Tao, can be easily controlled, and that, if manipulated correctly, she might even join the Fong family in the future. The friend warns him not to underestimate Xingcun too much. Now that he is awakened, he could cause problems. The blonde-haired boy dismisses this concern, insisting that Xingcun still has some essential fluid of life left, which he plans to continue stealing and drinking. Therefore, they must stick to the plan. It is explained that the school has set up several cameras on the battlefield, allowing any student to watch through the school system. They grab a phone and start checking what is being recorded through the school cameras. Noticing that the supernova has already started, it is then explained that the most arrogant team has already been introduced. The blonde-haired boy wonders which team this could be. The time comes to present the teams with the highest chances of winning. The first team with the most potential to win is the *** Queens on Flames ***. The attributes of the participants in this group are detailed. Their rankings and how they could win the competition are explained. This group includes Fan Jizai. After the team captain is introduced, Fan Jizai is presented, along with his affiliation with the Fan family and the extent of his powers. The next group with high chances of winning is composed entirely of women and is called *** Hotbreakers ***. The women in the group are introduced along with the captain and her genes as well as the powers the group possesses. The third team with strong chances of victory is *** Shield and Sword ***. Like the other teams, their powers, rankings, and levels of transmutation are detailed. After all the supernova teams are introduced, the tournament begins and the first round kicks off. Approximately 16 teams are in a forest, and if a team loses its captain, they lose their combat ability and are disqualified accordingly. The rules are explained in greater detail. A group of blonde-haired boys and their friends leave the school building but continue watching the live broadcast of the tournament's beginning. They start speculating about which team is the most arrogant in the tournament. A close friend with blue hair explains that the team labeled arrogant is a first-year team. He mentions that there is a group of 4 first-year students and they were called arrogant because only upper-year students were traditionally expected to compete in the supernova. The blonde-haired boy connects this to Xingcun's group, noting it consists of 4 first-year students. Jealous, the blonde-haired boy questions how they managed to qualify. It is explained that through Zhu's and Xingcun's genes, they secured their spot in the supernova. The discussion continues as they wonder how the group managed to qualify when all 4 needed to be awakened, but only 3 currently are. The blonde-haired boy realizes that Xingcun has awakened and that only Xiao Tao has yet to develop his powers. The friends are outraged as Xingcun had been dormant until recently and now, despite his awakening, it seems too early for him to compete in the supernova. During the supernova battle, a boy appears and confronts the brothers Xingcun and Xiao Tao. He mentions it's been a long time since he last saw them. The boy is introduced as Mei Xiaolong, the captain of the Black Horse team. He says he never expected to see the brothers in a supernova selection. He asks if Xiao Tao and Xingcun remember the day they left school. He recalls moments from their past and realizes that they, too, have awakened since they are participating in the supernova. He also notes that their team has been nicknamed arrogant and warns them to be careful. After all, the battle could begin at any moment and it's not far from starting. At this moment, Xingcun appears and says he didn't expect them to be there to fight them directly. While they argue and try to assert which group is stronger, the teachers have their own discussion in the staff room. They question how Biu Liang managed to qualify a first-year team for the supernova competition. Another teacher with red hair mentions there are 6 teams composed entirely of second-year students, totaling 30 participants. Bu Liang appears tense during the conversation. The other teachers continue pressuring him, asking if he understands the consequences of his decision. He says he does and adds that he, too, wants to know the significance of Biu Liang's team's name far away. The students prepare for the battles to begin. The arrogant team, of course, starts facing hostility from the others. Xingcun listens to everything being said about him and explains that he alone cannot save the world before the apocalypse arrives. That's why he needs others who are stronger than him and emphasizes that individual battles aren't appropriate right now. Root combat is necessary. Other students remain irritated, saying the team is highly arrogant for being first years and thinking they can win the supernova. Zhang is provoked. The boy steps forward and takes charge. He responds to the boy taunting him, saying it's been a long time since they last met and he wants to see how much progress he has made during that time. Zhang then attacks his opponent with a great power, surprising everyone nearby. He says he wasn't looking for trouble, but since they came after him, they can now use their transcendent powers as well elsewhere. The teacher continues being questioned by the others about why he allowed a first-year team to compete in the supernova. They demand more details about Zhang. Wu Liang replies that the teachers are only interested in transcendent powers and says if they had taken some martial arts classes, perhaps they wouldn't be against him. He then begins discussing Zhang, stating that he is a student with only 109 transcendent genes. It is also said that he has the martial arts gene, making him a prodigy at this moment. It is explained that he had left the institute and before the semester ended, it was uncertain if would return. However, he gave an impressive demonstration at the end and managed to rejoin the institute. The red-haired opponent professor laughs at the situation, stating that martial arts cannot help in the competition since they rely on physical combat. Wu Liang declares that Zhang has awakened and now also possesses transcendent powers. The red-haired professor remains doubtful. He believes Zhang has indeed awakened but thinks that after years of not using his powers, he wouldn't be capable of competing in the supernova. He claims that within the group, only you won the genetic lottery and that the others won't be able to handle the competition. Wu Liang then mentions he has another bet on the group. While the instructors continue discussing the situation far from there, the students begin the battles of the supernova. The boy provoking Zhang surrenders, expressing curiosity about why Big Brother invited him to the group. Zhang defends his friend. The opponent claims their strategy is self-destructive since they are just beginners who have recently transcended. He apologizes to Brother Zhao and then unleashes a powerful attack on him. He asserts that by all the group's powers, they could easily defeat the opponent. Zhang responds to Mei Xiaolong, calling him an idiot and saying Big Brother is even stronger than him. At that moment, a powerful spell is cast toward Mei Xiaolong. A new character with green hair appears. He was responsible for the attack that eliminated Mei Xiaolong and consequently, his group from the supernova competition. The green-haired boy unleashes his powers on another group, eliminating Captain Xie Han, who ends up dying. Members of other groups are puzzled as the rapid attacks leave no room for resistance. They suspect that a third-year student might have initiated a training mission. The character is then introduced as Shangxia, a fourth-year student who used transcendent powers to defeat his opponents. Another captain is eliminated. Ouyang from the group Monkey Kick also falls to Shangxia, who continues unleashing his powers and eliminating everyone. Captain Rong Yuza from the subscribed Eliminate team is also defeated. Shangxia remains incredibly powerful, eliminating all the captains from the groups. The moment arrives to attempt something against Shangxia's group. Shangxia approaches and attacks. Shangxia, very calm, simply watches. As Shangxia approaches Shangxia, everyone assumes the group is in danger. However, Shangxia stands still, takes the blow to his head, but does not fall. Shangxia manages to escape unscathed and avoids the attack. He then unleashes a powerful strike against Shangxia. Surprised, the green-haired boy is struck and sent flying. Shangxia is not eliminated, and everyone is shocked as they expected a different outcome given that he is a first-year student. The protagonist causes Xingcun to lose consciousness, eliminating the captain of the green-haired team with irony. Xingcun says the other captains can step up because it's Maki who needs practice, but rather his team members. He declares himself well prepared for the next battles at this point. The reason for the group being called arrogant is explained. Despite being a first-year student, Xingcun seems much older and more experienced than the others. Xingcun then challenges one of the top 3 favorite teams to win the competition. Everyone is surprised by Xingcun's strength, which many had not witnessed before. Realizing how powerful he truly is, the groups begin to strategize, planning to eliminate the arrogant team. Xingcun is pleased and continues calling out his opponents for battle. Other participants start suspecting something unusual, noting that Xing is just a first-year student but has already eliminated Xingcun, who was considered one of the strongest. The other participants remain quite stunned by what just happened. Some believe Xingcun made a mistake and was therefore eliminated. Others think Xingcun is truly very powerful and possesses great abilities that many people hadn't imagined at that moment. Another participant grabs Xingcun's hands. Xingcun interrupts and says it's they who need to practice, as Xingcun has already been practicing enough. Xingcun then grabs the opponent by the arms and unleashes driving power. Another participant mocks him, saying that with only 39 transcendent genes, he shouldn't dare to attack. Xingcun continues the battle, declaring that power doesn't determine greatness or superiority. The battle goes on, with Xingcun trying to subdue his opponent and win amid sarcasm and criticism. They continue provoking and hurling powers at each other. Xingcun then admits that his genes are inferior but asserts that he will still use his life to fight. A long-haired, purple-haired girl appears and confronts Xingcun. She claims Xingcao's name wasn't on the list of awakened individuals when the supernova selection occurred, so she shouldn't be there. Mocking her, the long-haired girl continues confronting Xingcun. She points out that only 2 weeks have passed and school started, making it impossible for her to have reached the 3rd level in the transcendent ranking. To defend herself, Xingcun recalls Xingcun's advice. She asserts that she is a prodigy who managed to reach this point due to her highly controlled emotions. The long-haired, purple-haired girl fires a power at Xingcun. Xingcun hesitates, merely observing, and waits to be hit at the last moment. She evades and avoids being struck by the attack. The purple-haired girl is shocked by her opponent's speed. She then notices a red flower petal stuck near her monster. She wonders what it could be. Suddenly, the petal closes with great force and she realizes it's a power unleashed by Xingcun. The purple-haired girl is astonished by the attack and asks if Xingcun is crazy after all. She's using blood power and blood isn't infinite. Xingcun responds, saying her brother was right. If her powers weren't enough, she would indeed use her life to win the battle while the siblings fight. Another participant appears to challenge Xingcun and Jiayu. He claims that a first-year student shouldn't be attacking them at that moment. Xingcun stands behind Jiayu and is taunted, accused of hiding behind a girl. The provocations continue from the boy with white dreadlocks. As they talk, Xingcun senses someone behind him and unleashes a power even with his back turned. The attack nearly hits the girl. Sneaking up on him, she is startled, wondering how he knew she was about to launch an attack at him. The boy with white dreadlocks questions what happened and how Xingcun managed to neutralize the attack without even seeing it coming. The opponent realizes that Xingcun's abilities are far superior to what he imagined. They also begin speculating about what kind of monster he might be, since it makes no sense for a first-year student to defeat the top opponents. At that moment, Xingcun asks Jiayu if she's ready to start the battle. She says yes. Jiayu begins preparing to attack. Several pink lightning bolts start emanating from her. The boy with white dreadlocks notices something strange, as powers usually don't require activation. He realizes something is different. Only a rare power requires activation. The specific power is possessed by only a few people, typically those with 94 transcendent genes. It is then revealed that Jiayu has 95 transcendent genes in her body. This makes her the human record holder for the highest percentage of transcendent genes in a single body. Jiayu continues focusing and activates her pink lightning against the opponent. At that moment, the forest where they are battling turns pink, astonishing all the other opponents, including the supernova host. Everyone then turns towards Jiayu, surprised by what the girl just did. They still doubt Jiayu's power and claim that she is just a first-year student, and they don't understand how she could be a level 3-star transcendent trying to face her. Another character with black hair and tusks also throws some ice spears at Jiayu, who remains unfazed. She erects a pink dome around her, and all the powers they try to throw are repelled and do not affect her. Various types of power are launched at Xiaoyu, but none of them actually affect the girl, who manages to defend herself from all of them due to her pink dome. The girl who is fighting with Xiaoyu uses a very strong ice power, but it is easily destroyed, and the surprised girl doesn't understand how Xiaoyu managed to destroy it so easily. They also do not understand how a transcendent gene can maintain so much energy like Xiaoyu does at this moment. Xiaoyu then appears quite tired and asks for help from Xingcun. She says that she can't take it anymore. She then passes the powers to the boy, who says that she should continue learning the control of her own magnetism that she possesses. She says AK and then continues in the same way. The opponents are quite irritated without understanding how they could not beat the first-year students. They remember that to win the battle, they would need to beat the captains, but that this is just impossible in the group of Xiaoyu and Xingcun. Even so, they try to eliminate the captain as quickly as possible and resume attacking Xingcun. The boy just scoffs and says that if they choose him, they will be eliminated even quicker. Various forms of power are launched, such as ice and even flying sand. The battle is broadcast to the other students. Many powers are fired at Xingcun. The protagonist is not shown at this moment, only the fired powers and the opponents trying to fight him. In a swift move, Xingcun then appears and grabs the white dreaded boy by the head. He says that he was not easily eliminated, but the opponents could indeed be quickly eliminated. He then throws away the white dreaded boy and fires a new power. The opponent does not understand what happened and wonders what kind of power this is and how this could happen. Everyone is shocked by what is happening and does not understand how Xiu has so much power in this way. The professor who previously doubted Xiu's performances says the boy now has a problem, as his performance is definitely not that of first-year student. He then asks that the protagonist be investigated and that his transcended genes also be. Xingcang's professor then stands up. He responds that everyone who doubted him doubted his team and also blamed him for enrolling first-year students in the supernova contest. The director of the institution, Jim King, is sitting in his office. Two characters are in front of him and they chat. The long-haired white man says that Nikkei is much quieter since these two people visited them. He then explains that the institution has undergone major changes over the last decade. Shirzei and his uncle are standing on the Fan family's laboratory. They then remember that Shirzei needs to receive the honors for the supernova selection. Shirzei is very proud of what he achieved and says this is the 6th-generation version of the essence of life fluid and that securing this for the Fan family is pretty cool. His uncle then says this for the Fan family is even more important, as continually climbing steps and winning prizes is one of the most valuable things for the family. They are close to the transcending plant and start observing. As it begins to show some signs within it, his uncle tells that Exxon's older brothers and even his father managed to transform and reach the 5-star transcendence, one of the highest levels. So for Shirzei, becoming the supernova means another generation that represents the school and becomes captain during the battles. According to his uncle, Shirzei being the supernova champion and along with his skills, such as for instance, the eternal flame, will turn him into one of the strongest guys in the world. His uncle then looks at a fly coming close and says that Zio and Sing would be similar to it in relation to his nephew Shirzei Fan, then says he needs to find just one more opportunity to crush his nephew Fan Shizia's opponents, and he says yes. Shirzei then shows himself quite confident of the conversation he just had with his uncle. He then goes out into the forest already contending the end of the supernova. He believes it's not just Rouge watching, but also cameras live broadcasting throughout the forest. Shirzei then unleashes the power of fire. He continues walking and believes he can indeed beat the protagonist in the supernova competition. As he gets closer, he sees X and Kuan also approaching the next supernova competition location. He realizes that the boy has reached this position with a chance to win and thinks the boy is really lucky. However, he says it's just that and that X and Kuan couldn't possibly know the exact location of the prize. While he's immersed in his thoughts, he realizes X and Kuan is running towards somewhere, he doesn't know exactly where. When he notices the protagonist is heading towards the prize location, he thinks it's just a coincidence and not something X and Kuan would really know where he was going. Shirzei doesn't question if the boy really knows the exact location of the prize. Even so, he continues to underestimate and say that the boy is just lucky. According to Shizia's thinking, a guard who was looking after the prize at the end sent a message to him stating exactly where the secret is. He says the young man guarding is someone of, but that in addition to being there taking care, he also manages to attack the minds of a transcendent without any prior movement. So he could prevent the hero from winning the prize. Still, according to Shizia's explanation, the only person who could collect the prize would be him. Xingcun then is heading towards the location where the prize would be. He says that in his eyes, the students from the forest are just tiny specks of color, while the exterminators are like big blue lights. He recalls that in past lives, he's seen the same edition of Supernova and therefore knows exactly who the guardians looking after the prize are. The boy believes that by winning this prize, he will be able to advance to the 3-star ranking in the transcendental level. He then notices something on the ground. He exerts some effort and manages to pick it up, declaring it as number 1. When open, there's someone looking at him. They are surprised. He is called Blue Flame and he recognizes that it is the metal boy. He is then surprised by numerous powers launched at him. Shirzei watches the scene from afar and notices that the exterminator called the boy Blue Flame. The exterminator continues to launch more powers, urging Xingcun to return, claims that he will not win the prize. Unfazed, the protagonist steps into the hole to confront his opponent. Knowing who he is dealing with, the exterminator reveals he knows exactly who Xingcun is. The Blue Flame boy, however, he is powerless as no one believes he is the person he claims to be. Shirzei, evaluating the scene from a distance, tries to understand the relationship between the exterminator and Xingcun. He asks his friend, the one protecting the prize, to stop Xingcun. Shizia's accomplice realizes he only needs to do the basics to ensure his partner can reach the prize before Xingcun does. He then fires physical shocks toward the boy. The boy asks for calm. Despite this, Xingcun does not stop. Shizia's friend begins questioning what's happening and why he's like this. Lin Chi is nearby and Shizia's friend says that if there's anything he found out they need to know to be able to stop the protagonist. More physical shocks are released. Suddenly, an explosion occurs. Xingcun transcends again and a massive monster appears. All the people start questioning what that is. They don't understand that it is transcendent Xingcun. They start questioning how his mind can be so powerful. Lin Chi falls to the ground. Xingcun then passes everyone and reaches the grand prize. He then realizes he's a robotic transcendental, which will serve as a great armor for him. He states his goal is complete and he can now start getting more involved. Before leaving the area where the prize was, he says that this is the aura of the monsters from the underground. He holds the prize in his hands and apologizes to the humans. Then he says that the peace of the current world ends now. Many invisible monsters then begin to emerge. The boy who can sense the presence of monsters realizes that there are 3 invisible monsters there nearby, and that they are heading towards the tunnel that leads to the MANHUA institution. They then realize that the invisible monsters are heading towards the institution, and that as they are hosting the supernova all the freshmen are there. The men also know that the institution does not have enough power to protect the students at this time, and that if the 3 monsters get there, the students would become easy prey for them. The professor and his assistant then wonder if this is just a coincidence, or if the monsters found some way to lure them away from the mountains. They come to the conclusion that this could be worse if humans had underestimated the intelligence of these monsters. They then warn Shang-Wen that this is very dangerous and that it's a large trap, and that 3 invisible monsters are heading towards the institution and that with this all the students are in great danger at this moment. They further state that they need to send all the students back immediately. When they look, a great power comes towards them and everyone despairs. A man appears with his hair split in the middle and some scars on his face. They realize that he is a 4-star man and say that he better be careful and not support the monsters. Otherwise, he could not be saved in every sense. The boy then replies that monsters are products of human genetic failure and that they lose their sanity in the process. And according to research, the 4th stage of monsters only involves animals. He continues to explain and give more details about what differentiates a monster from a human. The characters then begin to wonder what things would be on the other side of the tunnel that leads to the institution. 2 boys are standing on a lookout, observing the evidence. They are there to prevent monsters from other realms being attracted by the transcendence during supernova selection. One of them says he has been an exterminator for 5 years and is now on this duty of preventing monsters from attacking supernova students. He even says that the country has great control of the monsters, that it's difficult to spot a monster from other realms. Now suddenly, a blue light hits the 2 guys who were up on the lookout. They then question what it is and if it's any good. A massive explosion occurs. The 3rd observation tower gets hit and falls on the radio. They ask for the exterminators to stay alert. After all, there is an unidentified intruder in the south of the island. The blue lights keep slashing the sky and hitting the observation towers. The lady who hosts the supernova then says that the prize has already been claimed by Captain Xingcun within the first 5 minutes. While she makes the announcement, she realizes something is off and that the observation towers are being destroyed. She detects the blue flame and wonders if they are intruders since there are no traces of any enemy nearby. She then questions, stating that the highest levels of exterminators are dealing with this observation, and that if they also didn't care about the monsters using the blue flame, whether this was merely a coincidence or something else. She launches a power to try and defend herself. The rest of the students run. Those on the ground realize something invisible is getting closer. Suddenly, a massive explosion occurs and many students end up injured. The girl hosting the supernova then announces this as an emergency and the supernova is over. She asserts that all students must return to the institution as soon as possible, and that the exterminators are doing what they can to deal with the monster situation. Meanwhile, the director is informed that there are people invading the forest. Then he suggests blocking off the forest, but he later ponders that, should that happen, the chance of an exterminator not surviving is rather high. He then enters into a debate with his secretary. She affirms that some people lack experience and therefore should not be considered. The director disagrees and states the girl's decision to end the supernova was correct. The director then leaves his post and heads towards the forest. Where the events are happening, he stares and heads towards where the invisible monsters are. Fearless, he says he will face each one of those monsters heading towards the school. Suddenly, the trees of the institution begin to move. Ziyu, who is down with Zhangshang and Xiao Tu, starts to question what's happening and why those trees are coming to life. A tree then grabs Ziyu. Another knocks down the boy with dreads and white hair. Then the ground opens up. A scramble begins. Everyone wants to defend themselves and avoid being grabbed by the tree. At this moment, Xingcun appears. He throws himself on Ziyu. He tries to protect the girl and someone calls him a bastard and tells him not to blame him for what happened. Then he looks back and realizes everything that's happening. He realizes that the situation is really getting insane. He soon realizes that he had not noticed that there were many exterminators in the forest and therefore some of their levels are not as high as he imagined. He hears some other students commenting on what happened. Xingcun then imagines that he should leave as quickly as possible. With screams, the white-haired and dreaded boy yells that someone is a bastard and that he got the wrong person. After all, someone as powerful as him could not be left behind. He then says he will be an exterminator in the future and that since he entered MANHUA institution, he is prepared to fight. He then strikes a blow against the tree that would have grabbed and thrown him to the ground. Other students then try to control the monsters in another way. A girl who controls wood says she understands the astrological star of that spell and so she could help at that moment. She puts her hands on the tree and orders it to open. Everyone watches closely what she is doing. The path then opens up. Husha, who is a boy with dreads and white hair, says he will go alone and that the other boys are not strong enough to get into this mess. The red-haired girl who opened the tree for Chusher says that if she cannot go, then she will not clear the path for him. A discussion then starts among the group to determine who should enter the forest battlefield or not. Another from the group who was one of the main contenders to win Supernova steps forward and he is lending his passage to Husha. The group in question is Hotbreakers and Husha expresses disbelief that a group comprised solely of women could have paved the way in the manner they had. The leader of Hotbreakers asserts that the boy is quite arrogant and for this reason they want help. He continues telling the girls to come in if they aren't afraid of dying. All of the students stand rooted near the trees. They don't know who will enter and who will stay put. In thoughtful contemplation, Singh decides to also step forward and enter among the trees until he reaches the third star using the artificial robot he had won in Supernova. As he thinks this, his friends close in. Then he turns to the boys and tells them not to ask any questions, but insists they all turn back, stating it's not time to venture into the forest and deal with those monsters. While Oxai Zai departs with his friends. Oxai Zai is nearby and senses the presence of his friend who is helping to secure the Supernova prize. He questions whether his friend shouldn't be inside fighting, rather than positioned outside. The friend then responds that is currently far more vital to protect Oxai Zai than to uphold the exterminator's order. At this point, Oxai Zai grabs his friend by the neck and hoists him up against the wall. His friend is left confused by this as he only wanted to protect his friend. Oxai Zai seems incredibly infuriated and asks how his friend let Xingcun win the prize, asserting that it shouldn't have happened in this moment. A blue blaze begins to emanate from Kai Zai's hand. The friend who is nearby says it feels like he is being consumed by something akin to that. Then he questions whether Kai Zai is truly capable of igniting himself to the life element and quickly achieving the 4-star transcendence level. His friend then pleads his innocence, stating he truly tried to prevent Oxai Zai from obtaining the element that was struck down. He then issues a warning saying that there is something wrong with the boy. He reveals that some other exterminators have called Oxai Zai the Blue Flame Boy in the dormitories. Oxai Zai takes his friends. He says that everyone can't rest yet and that nobody is allowed to leave that room. Zhang Sheng then tells Oxai Zai not to worry. The protagonist knows that time is running out, and that he must rise to a 3-star level in the ranking before entering the monster arena. He knows that he will need to use some extraordinary and artificial method to assist with the transcendent genes. The boy knows he needs to build the star map, but after the artificial robotic transcendence device became a bracelet, lost its power. But he knows how to replenish the energy in the bracelet and says it's simple, just needing to take a bit of life fluid and use the transcendental genes to get more energy. He believes that approximately 30 tubes of fluid can fill the bracelet with energy. However, the biggest problem is that Oxai Zai cannot handle the transcendental genes along with the same energy from the monster genes. Because of this, he says he wouldn't be able to inject energy into the bracelet and then wonders what he could do at that moment. With the arena closed due to the attacks, Bunny, the host of Supernova, decides to do a live broadcast to talk to the people who are there watching what's happening. She claims to have come face to face with an extremely terrifying and invisible creature and hopes that everyone is alive watching the live broadcast. As she starts the live, a great power hits her and destroys the cell phone. Bunny is then thrown afar. She falls heavily and crashes into a tree. Quite hurt, she still manages to look and think about what's happening. She says she doesn't remember anything like that. The director then shows up at the location. He says there are a total of 3 invisible monsters in the area. The one that attacked Bunny was flying and he managed to grab another but can't hold it for long. He says he needs help as soon as possible to try to kill the monsters that are attacking people and also trying to attack the school. He continues giving instructions, saying that he won't be able to hold on for long and needs to keep the institution safe. He asks Bunny for help. She says she understands. The girl then says that she has a few broken ribs but that it doesn't matter and that the reward will come later. She then says that the only thing left at this moment is to fight. While she runs towards the monster in an attempt to hold it off, she notices some shadows. Looking sideways, she sees that some students had ventured into the forest. She can't believe that those students managed to breach the blockade and were in there, which would make the situation even worse. She then asks the students to get out of there. With some yelling, the character declares the place is not safe for the students. She then asks why they returned, as they should have gone back to school instead of being in the forest fighting against the invisible monsters. She says that now, injured, she will not be able to help all students at the same time at this moment. She asks again for them to leave and states that it was entirely disrespectful on their part. Disregarding what the girl is saying, Su Xia releases a power on an invisible monster. Other students start doing the same and unleashing their powers. Su Xia asserts they came prepared and on high alert in case other monsters start to attack. A great power discharged by the monster then hits the boy, losing his arm in that instant. After the incident, Bunny warns that that monster really was not for those students at that moment. The girl grabs Su Xia and takes him back to the forest. Bunny is quite annoyed after all. The students shouldn't have entered the place and now one of them ended up losing an arm. She then asks for everyone to stay focused and attentive and says she will cover all the students until they get out of the forest. The students then say they did not underestimate the monsters and they knew how strong and terrible they were, but they chose to confront them anyway. They make a plea for the students with the greatest strength and combat capabilities to become part of the fight against unseen monsters. They continue by saying that even if all of them die, they wouldn't be much farther from death than where they are right now, and that all the strongest students could aid the combat forces. They then ask for Bunny to release and let them fight until the end. Then she says they are ridiculous and that because of this, everyone should die today. However, everyone unleashes their powers at the same time and attempts to attack one of the unseen monsters. In one of the strikes, apparently one of the monsters is hit elsewhere. Shangguan is near the tunnel. She goes in alone and they question if she is insane. After all, she doesn't know where that tunnel leads. She decides to face the monsters inside with all her might. Many people claim that she will likely die considering she is alone dealing with unseen monsters. Then it is explained how they should deal with the monsters of this generation and how to also survive a 4-star transcendent level attack. Xingcun then says that the students are the future and that's why we need to protect all those students who are present. On the other hand, a monster could escape and devour all the exterminators outside and that they can't just easily eliminate it, they have to retreat. At that point, a monster emerges. They question what exactly is that creature standing in front of them. They head straight for Xingcun. She says she has seen many monsters recorded from different locations and none of them look like this one. And furthermore, this monster facing her reminds her of something if she could complete her sentence. The monster attempts to seize her, she manages to dodge and suddenly, all the other men also appear, saying it resembles a triceratops, a dinosaur species. One of the exterminators then orders Xingcun to go back and save the students. They state that regardless of the cost, even without her, they will find a way to kill the monster and save all the other people around. The exterminator continues saying that if it's an aberration like a triceratops, then the situation is even graver. He claims that humanity's research on monsters is wrong. Meanwhile, Xingcun is in his room trying to figure out a way to recharge his bracelet with energy. Then it is explained what this so-called life fluid is. The hero finds a way to get the fluid inside him without having to drink it, making the monsters cope with a high energy level inside his body. He injects it, and suddenly the bracelet begins working. Yet he feels different and says it doesn't matter as long as it works. That's all he needs at the moment. He knows that this will be enough to convert the transcendental genes at the family level, so he simulates. He begins to shape a star map with his hands. He says he already feels very familiar with that star map and that, as he manages to activate artificial transcendence, he will be close to rising to the next level of 3 stars. Then he watches his arm transmuting and turning into a monster with very sharp claws. At this, he accelerates digestion so that genetic energy can be absorbed as quickly as possible. He gradually transforms. He begins to lose control and expand outside. Xiao Xietao as well as Zhang Cheng are waiting for Xingcun. Inside the room, he continues to transform and claims to be the master. Then the rebellion results in some deaths unexpectedly. Xingcun transforms into a level 4 monster. The story goes back to the forest and the students were trying to fend off invisible monsters. Some are lying down while others still have the power to try to free the forest from those invaders. Bunny notes that the invisible monster is exactly there at that location. The students know that they only have one more chance. If they fail to neutralize the monster, everyone will die. They once again join forces and direct their powers towards the monster. A great fight continues to take place. Since the monsters are invisible, they do not know exactly where those powers are coming from. However, even injured, they try their utmost to free the school from those invaders. Bunny then realizes that many students are risking their lives solely because of those powers. She says that even if they all die, she is going to place a pin in that place at that location, primarily for others to be able to go there and help whoever survives. Then she feels bad after all. You know, all the students are giving everything they can. They are not managing to paralyze the monsters. The woman feels very oppressed because of this. She then realizes that there is no place to escape to and doesn't understand where the monsters are coming from. She also questions how humans didn't realize the presence of these monsters until this moment. The girl says it's outrageous after all. They had managed to stabilize the situation until then. However, now it's no longer stable. The students continue fighting and saying that all arrogance is paid with a very hard price. Bunny then thinks that she can self-destruct before dying, and that this might give other students a few more opportunities to survive. Then she claims that the hope of survival, even if she dies, of one more person is enough. She then apologizes to her brother, and says that her sister should be the first to sacrifice herself at that moment. Someone appears and pulls Bunny by the braids. She doesn't know what's happening or who saved her. At that moment, Xingcun appears. He says that it is not her time to sacrifice yet. She still doesn't realize that it's the protagonist of the story who saved her after all. He's wearing a mask while they argue and she wants to know who the boy who saved her is. New attacks happen. But Xingcun manages to block this surprising Bunny, who is shocked by the situation. Then she remembers all the boys who were trying to save the forest and none of them could. But that stranger, whom until then she didn't know was Xingcun at that moment, the girl questions what kind of power is that and what transcendent ranking he is to manage that situation. She keeps questioning who he is without realizing that he is the student Xingcun. Suddenly, he starts to release blue spears towards the monster. Then she questions if he is the blue flame boy. The protagonist questions whether she would expose him. Then she looks deep into his eyes and sees that he really is the blue flame boy. He was the one who destroyed the Fan family's lab and massacred about 48 people in that lab. The girl says he is the wanted criminal. Then the hero gives the order. He says that if Bunny doesn't want to be eaten by him, she should take all the people who are in the woods and take them to other places, not leaving anyone in his way. Xingcun then transcends and a new monster comes out through his hands. At this point, the other students approach Senior Sister Rabbit. They question about the monster's appearance and ask what kind of monster that is. She says she's never seen a creature like that before, but she knows that when it becomes invisible it sucks up some energies, but that the monster is even worse in its visible version. Then she says that everyone needs to leave the forest right at that moment. The students then turn their backs and start to leave. She claims that the one who saved her is the criminal known as Blue Flame. The same goes on to say that she does not know who the Blue Flame boy is and does not need to know. She just knows he is a person who has saved them all. Meanwhile, Xiao, Zhangsheng, and Xiaotao are at the door of Big Brother's rooms. They do not understand what has happened, so they believe that the boy is still inside the room. Xiao asks Zhangsheng not to ask too many questions. After all, Xing is just resting in the room and no one should bother him. Footstep noises are heard on the stairs. Suddenly, Fan Shizai approaches. He questions what Xiao is doing at the door of his dormitory with his colleague. Xiao then pretends and says that she is looking for Xing. She says the school needs him for a few things, but it seems he did not sleep in his room last night. Unconvinced, Shizai does not believe anything Xiao told him and says someone said that the boy had followed the girl to her dormitory the previous day. With crossed arms, the girl argues that Xing is resting and questions if there is a problem with that. However, the man asks if he can still sleep at this time and explains that the academy has objections to the method used for this supernova to receive the reward. He explains that otherwise, the academy will consider the possibility of canceling the classification and guarantee the reward, which is the extraordinary artificial device. He comments that she will be able to ask questions as soon as he wakes up with a serious countenance. The man asks for cooperation and informs that it is the student's obligation to cooperate with the school operations. Smiling, he says that the academy leads with confidence in the students and that he will just need to show up and answer some questions. He shortly asks if the boy is sleepy because he got injured in the competition and informs that someone could treat him, and that would be more effective than waiting for him to heal. Xiao then says that if there is an objection about the grades, the dean will explain and asserts that if someone disturbs Xing's sleep, they will end up someone incapable of walking. Explain that otherwise, the academy will consider the possibility of canceling the classification and will guarantee the reward, which is the extraordinary artificial device. Comment that she will be able to ask him questions as soon as he wakes up. With a serious expression, the man asks for cooperation and informs that cooperating with the school's operations is the student's obligation. Smiling, he says that the academy leads with confidence in the students, and that he will only need to show up and answer a few questions. Then he asks if the boy is sleepy because he got hurt in the competition and informs that someone can treat him, which would be more effective than waiting for him to heal. Xiao then says that if there is any objection regarding the grades, the principal will explain and states that if anyone disturbs Xing's sleep, it will end up unable to walk. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the building, some people are desperate because someone has escaped from the wooden enigma heist of the dean. They comment that the blue flame had appeared on the field. Upon hearing the commotion, the man is astonished. Then he tells the young woman that Dean was risking his life for them, so they shouldn't bother him with that task. He comments that it was strange that she was obstructing in every possible way. After that, both begin to activate their powers. The young man says that if the girl gets hurt, it won't be his fault, and she, in turn, lets have an ironic laugh. In the forest, someone wonders who that person with the blue flame was. The girl advances thinking that she cannot simply abandon her savior and her students as she approaches the battle. She decides to give it her all. However, before the young woman can help in any way, the protagonist has already launched his attack against the monster. The girl is impressed because he dodged the creature's attack and still managed to cut its face. She then realizes that the young man can use blue flames like the monsters and that his fighting style is very different from that of a transcendent. She wonders how it was possible to tear a monster's flesh using only his hands as he did. The boy, upon seeing that the girl was still there, comments that if she was thinking of causing trouble, he wouldn't think twice about using her as bait. Immediately after, the monster returns to the fight. The young woman, in turn, says that he shouldn't underestimate her because she can make people fly. She then decides to use her abilities to quickly get herself and the protagonist out of there. Up in the air, the girl says that they would have the advantage there because the creature cannot fly. The young man comments that his companion's wind energy is quite impressive, but even so, he cannot remember her. After that, Xingcun asks the girl to use her wind to send him into the monster's mouth. She, in turn, decides to do what the protagonist asked. The monster prepares to launch its attack to hit the boy as he falls. However, the young man dodges the blow and praises the girl's good control over the wind. Immediately after, he pierces through the creature's mouth and says that the power of the earth dragon has fused into the bones and nails of his left hand. He comments that this evolution is heading in the right direction because he can control his physique well without completely exploding. Watching the entire scene from afar, the girl thinks that idiot's fighting style is really strange. Another monster of the same race can sense the blow that its companion suffered. The people taking care of the creature wonder what's happening and say that the pressure they feel is from a fourth classification monster. 3 monsters were simultaneously exerting that pressure. Xingcun says that this was not common for a creature and comments that there is a king's aura present. Then he realizes that within those monsters lies the power of the Monster King. And then he smiles because that was something fantastic. Immediately after, the girl starts feeling an intense headache, as if a blade were splitting her skull as she falls. She realizes that the pain is preventing her from using her abilities. She then tries to stabilize herself as quickly as possible, but just as she is finally regaining control, she finds herself face to face with a monster, which quickly grabs her by the hands and feet. The young woman tries to use one of her abilities to defend herself, but she realizes that she still cannot fully control her genes, and she thinks that no matter how much she tries, she still remains powerless. Then the girl begins to remember when her brother tried to save her from a disaster, and a monster appeared to attack the children. However, her father appeared to defend them, but all the effort was in vain and she thought she would probably be devoured. However, the protagonist appeared before anything bad could happen. The young woman, in turn, told him to run away or he would be devoured too. Xingcun then questioned why she cared about that. After that, he threw the girl away, saying that she would be a perfect bait. She, in turn, became irritated and called the boy scum. The boy said that the tentacles' attack state was different from their feeding state. Then he decided to attack the creature's esophagus. The monster started getting irritated with the situation. Seeing that, the girl asked her companion to be careful. The protagonist then said that it was already too late for the creature to escape. Then the boy used an ability that destroyed the monster from the inside out. The girl was frightened upon seeing that ability. Immediately after, Xingcun decided to devour the creature, but before he could do anything, the monster exploded its own tentacle. After that, the creature managed to land a blow that pushed the protagonist away. The boy then thought that to absorb it, he would have to defeat the creature first, so he would need to unleash all the abilities of 4 mutation stages. Then the young woman approached and the boy asked if she wanted to be devoured, and then he placed his hand on the girl's face and told her to stop interfering. Seeing that, the girl remembered her father. After that, she turned to the protagonist and called him Dad. Xingcun in turn found the situation strange. Realizing what she had said, the girl became embarrassed. As the girl fled in embarrassment, the boy told her not to let the students come back there again. The young woman then said that maybe she was in love. A young man asked Shizai for them to leave because if the monsters entered, no one in the academy would survive. The young man in turn responded that they would wait a little because he needed to help confirm Xingcun's identity. Then he said that if the boy was the blue flame, this problem would be easier because his family needed a transcendent gene chain. While confronting Jiu, the young man said that her talent was truly exceptional, but she was still very inexperienced. After that, he stated that she had already exhausted her powers in the competition, so insufficient energy was her greatest weakness at that moment. A boy entered the middle of the battle and said that he knew Shizai was hiding something, and he commented that it was quite inconvenient. Immediately after, the young man used his abilities to throw Ziyu's companions away, and then he used his flames to spread them around the area. After that, the man said that he knew the girl could absorb electrical elements from the air, but now his flames were preventing her from using her powers. The young woman in turn tried to use a small fraction of her powers, but Shizai easily blocked her. Then he advised the young woman not to resist anymore because if she stayed too close to his fire hand for too long, she would end up getting burned. The young man was about to open the door, unconcerned because the girl could not absorb electrical elements at that moment. However, before he could do that, the girl managed to maintain an attack on his hand. Shizai questioned what was happening immediately after. He asked if the young woman could still absorb electrical elements externally. Jiu explained that as long as she could have a little electricity, she would be able to bring it into her body. At the headquarters of the extension department, the employees reported that another massive wave of electricity was being absorbed by the Transcendence Institution. Shizai remembered that the more transcended genes one had, the higher the probability of undergoing a qualitative transformation. Then the girl advanced towards him, and the young man commented that that type of qualitative change was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. And that, to those people, no matter how strong a transcendent was, they were just defective products in their eyes. After that, the boy's flames and Xiu's electricity clashed. The young woman said that she needed a move that wouldn't consume as much energy as the last one. Then she used an ability called Magnetic Star Satellite. Shizai understood that perhaps the girl had an unimaginable affinity for electricity. Then he began to get irritated because he felt they weren't taking him seriously. After that, he started remembering that his uncle had said that the eternal flame could increase the total percentage of a person's transcended gene chain, and that the person with the eternal flower could end up being dangerous. Immediately after, the man tells the young boy that when his father is ready, he will pass on the refined flower, and then he will be more capable of withstanding the risk. Shizai smiles maliciously and responds that he understands his uncle's orders. Back in the confrontation, Jiu struggles to execute her attack, and the boy, in turn, stares at her threateningly, ready to make his next move. However, the discussion is interrupted by an earthquake. The boy's companions suggest they abandon the battle since those students wouldn't last long anyway. At the entrance of the facility, the girl prevents the students from advancing, just as the protagonist requested. In that forest, an old man says that he can no longer hold the creature back, because it was stronger than before, and that the aura being emitted was from a 5-stage monster that nearly exhausted all elite transcendents just to defeat it. Then he tells his companion that the mission is cancelled and that he must return immediately. Lin Chi, in turn, responds that he would be killed if he retreated at that moment, but before the boy can do anything, he ends up receiving a headbutt from the protagonist. Seeing his companion get hit, the man wonders who that guy was. Kennecotten says that the monster was there to undergo an evolution through fusion, and that it was rapidly evolving into a 5th-stage creature, which meant that, in other words, those 3 people were consuming the power it had entrusted to them. After that, the monster continues trying to strike those present. The people tell the protagonist to get out of there, because the creature was too strong, and it was beyond even his league. Then they grab the boy and say that they will temporarily set aside all their prejudice against him. The young man smiles and says that the guy was really good at brainwashing people. Right after, the monster tries to hit the group, but ends up being blocked. The one responsible for that help was Director King, using his trees. Then the old man uses his abilities to trap the creature, and the people there comment that he didn't even look like someone his age. However, the old man says that even with such power, he wouldn't be able to hold that monster for long. After that, Xingcun suddenly appears, saying that she was just waiting for the right moment to act. Then the girl uses her water dragon ability, and ends up making a deep cut in the monster. A young man says that they could finally cause some damage to that thing. King is surprised by the girl's evolution and comments that now they had the power to counterattack. Immediately after, the old man orders everyone to prepare for battle and says that Xingcun, along with the protagonist, would lead the charge while he and the others would clear the path without hesitation. Everyone there shows that they are willing to sacrifice their own bodies to protect their companions. The monster charges at the group, and they all remain still. Xingcun comments that those people were being bossy, deciding to include him in the team without even asking what he thought. Xingcun is shocked to realize that she cannot escape the strength of the boy's grip on her hand. Then the young man throws the girl backward and says that she won't be able to keep up with the transcendent strength of the creature. So he orders everyone to stay out of his way while he handles the situation. While dealing with the monster, a protagonist thinks that he will have to use something he has been hiding to prevent the apocalypse, and that everyone there also needs to become stronger. Immediately after, he decides to show the true power of a fully unleashed 4th-stage monster. The people around are terrified by that overwhelming aura. Xingcun begins to wonder what kind of transcendent power the boy possessed. After that, the young man activates his 4th-stage transformation. The monster becomes enraged, calling the protagonist a traitor and saying that his existence was a mere accident, to which the young man replies that it is not the creature that decides that. Xingcun decides to use his Lord of Flames ability, causing a massive point-blank explosion on the monster. Everyone at the scene is shocked to see that the attack was able to pierce the creature's skull, but the wound was much smaller than they expected. However, the boy had already realized that the creature was regenerating rapidly. Immediately after, the young man returns to where the group was, and explains that this specific monster can heal itself after taking damage and mentions that there are even stronger ones than this. Kidding in turn wonders how many creatures like that still existed. Xingcun says that the protagonist revealed that information was useless because they could still keep fighting for a glimpse of hope. However, Xingcun says that it will not be necessary because he will explain how to defeat that type of monster. Then he says that if they wish to protect the future of that world, it must become stronger than he is at that moment, and that they must truly contemplate what domain really is. Everyone there begins to question what exactly the young man was talking about. After that, the protagonist activates his domain. Xingcun is left speechless upon witnessing what is happening, because the young man's domain was able to create a barrier to protect everyone present. Lin Chi questions if everyone else has seen the same thing, because apparently the metallic element in the air had been consumed. King comments that it wasn't just the metal, but rather all elements there had been devoured by the domain. Immediately after, he states that only the fire element was present, so everyone should keep their powers under control or they would be devoured. Owen questions whether they could escape from there, but Xingcun responds that they couldn't run, because the moment the domain enveloped them, they were already inside its maw. The monster tries to escape the protagonist's ability. However, the young man explains that it won't be able to because the edges of the domain are like teeth. After that, the girl realizes that the area is gradually shrinking, while the flames are growing more intense. Someone wonders what name the protagonist will give to that domain. Director Ching, in turn, tells her to stop acting recklessly, because that is an opportunity others can't even beg for. The domain of flames is extremely formidable, and the monster's healing factor won't be able to keep up with the speed of the fire. But the old man starts to find the situation eerily familiar. 20 years ago, at the end of the battle between the elite transcendents and the monsters, the creature's final strike killed the strongest warriors of that time. Back then, King couldn't see clearly from afar, but he clearly remembers that the monsters also possessed blue flames. Immediately after, he thinks about how the Xingcun begins to feel extremely hungry because the consumption of the devouring hell was too much, and he thinks that if he doesn't feed on something soon, the people he is protecting will be in danger. After that, he starts trying to feed on the monster. The creature, in turn, questions how the boy managed to unleash a 5th classification domain, and says that such power was granted by the king. Xingcun then says that it cannot be obtained by him, and that he cannot even decide it. Then the protagonist begins to consume the monster. Because of this, blue flames can be seen throughout the entire city. A person inside a car orders the driver to stop. That person is Shizai, who steps out of the vehicle. Upon witnessing this scene, he comments that the aura is terrifying. His companion says that the students who were still alive were lucky to be able to feel it. Shizai, in turn, stares at the flames in silence. After consuming the monster, Xingcun thinks about how he almost starved to death that time, and that it will take some time to digest that thing. Immediately after, the ground begins to crack, and the earth dragon emerges before the man. The boy realizes that the monster found him because of the power he used moments ago. After that, he makes an obscene gesture at the creature, as he has already eaten until full. The dragon then becomes enraged. However, before it can do anything, Xingcun charges at the monster. Director Ching, in turn, creates a protective barrier using his trees. The people there tell the protagonist that even though their abilities are weak, it will give everything they have. Lin Chi shouts that he will become stronger in the future. The boy starts to think that, apparently, his demonstrations were not in vain because the seeds to save the world had already been planted. Immediately after, the young man cuts some vines that were trying to attack him, but he ends up being struck by one of them, and because of that, he ends up being connected to the king. While in that place, Xingcun realizes that his power is being slightly drained, and he discovers that there is nothing he can do to stop it. The monster says that such power is not something mere humans can withstand. After that, it says that if the boy hands over the power, it will allow him to return, and that if he refuses, he will be condemned to death. Upon hearing that, the protagonist concludes that the monster is panicking. The creature, in turn, advances, questioning how the young man knows that. Xingcun smiles and says that he was one of the 4 great lords in his previous life. Then, he challenges the monster to reclaim what it is seeking. That thing then says that since he is refusing to cooperate, he will die, and it will destroy the boy's fragile soul. The protagonist laughs at being called fragile and reveals that he possesses the soul of 2 lives. Immediately after, the monster network begins to shatter, and Xingcun thinks that when he absorbed the rain, he became a completely new individual in the monster race, just like a newly born ancient queen who is no longer controlled by the original group. Back in the forest, Xingcun questions where the protagonist is, and the director responds that he has left. He comments that even though the boy was being hunted by them, he still decided to save everyone. Someone asked the old man if what the young man said about there being other monsters like that one was true, and the old man, in turn, replies that everything that happened there will reach a point where the entire world must be informed. Back at the academy, the boy compares himself to a new queen ant that is born within the colony after the death of the original queen. However, he ended up emerging as the new queen before his predecessor had died. As he changes clothes, he thinks that now he is a monster king with the ability to establish his own domain, and that, in reality, a revolutionary transformation has occurred. Upon leaving his room, he encounters his colleagues and finds it interesting because now he can form his own monster legion. A boy approaches him along with a friend and says that not long ago, they started feeling strange, as if something inside them was coming to life. However, the protagonist places a hand on his shoulder and tells him that everything is fine, because that was the seed of hope for the world awakening. But they could not rule out the possibility that another seed of despair had also awakened in that world. Xingcun apologizes to his uncle for embarrassing the family by failing to pass the supernova selection, and he says that he should have found a way to eliminate the protagonist from existence. However, his uncle places a hand on his shoulder and tells him not to say too much, and says that they could not have imagined that the boy would withstand the psychic explosion of a transcendent, and they must not forget the possibility that he is a blue flame. Immediately after, the man asks someone what she thought about the matter. He questions whether those were the characteristics of a blue flame. The woman begins to tremble and says that the flames were extremely powerful, capable of incinerating everything. After that, she comments that those flames seemed to be from an alien dimension because the aura they emitted was extremely strange. Upon entering, the girl becomes nervous when she notices the expression on Xingcun's face. Then she says that the idea of that power belonging to a freshman seems absurd because it's not something that can be easily hidden. The man then says that he understands everything the woman explained, but still orders her to prepare, and upon hearing that, she becomes confused, and the old man explains that he had just received the news that traces of a blue flame had been found, so she will be joining the pursuit team. After that, he orders his nephew to forget about that matter and focus on advancing his father to a 5-star transcendent, because that was the only way the family could regain control of the situation that had been disrupted by the appearance of the invisible monster. Xingcun in turn says that he will do his best, but thinks that the real reason they want to do this is so his father can deal with that monster. That eternal flower can accelerate the training speed of transcendence, but it can also transform a user into a creature. And it can also grant access to the eternal flame, but there is a chance that the person will be incinerated. Upon placing his hand on the flower, he notices that the hole that had opened earlier has closed, and he wonders if he is no longer capable of extracting the eternal flame. Immediately after, he thinks about how he and his family needed the eternal flame even more now. After that, Xingcun hears a voice saying that it wants to place its hands on his flames. The boy is startled and wonders if the eternal flower is communicating with him and begins to believe that it is because had absorbed part of the eternal flame. Then the flower says that if they desire its flames, it must bring her the of the monsters in the dormitory. Jiu is taking a bath but remembers that she forgot to grab her clothes. However, she knows she cannot go out to get them because the protagonist is in the room. The girl complains, but the boy doesn't care at all and responds that half of that dormitory belongs to him now, and she tells him that she forgot to grab her clothes. Xingcun, in turn, tells her to go out and get them herself. After that, the girl gets irritated and asks the young man for help. He then uses his vines to hand her his own shirt since Ziyu's clothes were at the bottom of her suitcase. As she gets dressed, the girl feels embarrassed and thinks about how wearing it makes her uncomfortable. However, her embarrassment fades when she sees that the protagonist didn't even look at her. Immediately after, the girl questions what the boy is doing. He then turns around, smiling, and says that he wants to inject his genes into her. Jiu gets nervous and asks what he means by that. The boy repeats his words, leaving the young woman embarrassed. She then says that he is talking nonsense. Xingcun ignores her and moves toward the girl, saying that he will finish quickly. The girl gets irritated and uses her electricity abilities. The protagonist manages to dodge and thinks that the girl probably misunderstood everything, and because of that confusion he almost got electrocuted after that. He realizes that his thoughts are impulsive now. And then his current ability can grant rain to a creature in exchange for his monster power, but he decides not to test that on Jiu. Then he thinks that maybe it would be better to test it on a rat and see if it turns into a Godzilla. Immediately after, the boy's phone starts ringing, and he sees that Jiu had sent him a bunch of stickers, making him think about how different she has been acting lately because it is past life. The girl always enjoyed interrupting his plans. After that, Xingcun messages the girl, telling her that he is going to catch a rat for an experiment, and she, in turn, has no idea what he means. In a forest in the middle of the night, a rodent transforms into a ferocious creature. However, it ends up exploding because it cannot withstand the protagonist's power. Looking to the side, the boy sees a beam of light coming toward him, but manages to defend himself. Immediately after, he gets up and asks who is there, and in the middle of the trees, a massive shadow emerges, calling out to the boy. After that, it is revealed that it is Director King, who says that he already knows that Xingcun is the blue flame, and that he doesn't need to be nervous at all because he does not intend to harm the boy. However, the protagonist pretends to be clueless and asks what the old man is talking about. Then the young man says that he has to leave because he has things to do, but the director stops him. King then says that if it weren't for him, the boy wouldn't have had the opportunity to enroll in the institution, and ask what he thinks about receiving something as appreciation for everything he has done. The protagonist turns around and says that he is not the blue flame the old man is looking for, but feels extremely honored to be having such an honest conversation. Immediately after, the director uses his abilities to make Xingcun sit down. And then he reveals that the teenager's muscle density is almost 3 times greater than that of an average person his age. The boy, trying to cover it up, comments that he didn't realize he was such a virile man. King in turn says that even though he is the director of the institute, he has always had a research project. Meanwhile, the protagonist uses the old man's magic to massage his shoulders. After that, the old man explains that he has always researched the monster gene carriers who possess a mysterious genetic chain. Some of his studies indicate that undeveloped transcendents have better mental faculties and display more vigor compared to ordinary people, and likewise, monster gene carriers exhibit the same characteristics. Their strength and metabolism are superior to those of normal people, and the more genes they have, the more evident these traits become. Immediately after, King says that according to the boy's medical exams, he possesses transcended genes. Then he reveals that he prevented him from being disqualified from enrollment and gave him the opportunity to participate in the final trial. Xingcun tries to leave and tells the director to send him the life essence fluid as promised. The old man comments that he saw some things being buried on the night the Fan family's laboratory was destroyed, and that it was probably the fluid, so he would retrieve it to share with him. Upon hearing that, the boy calls the man a thief. King tells the boy not to worry because he sees noble intentions in him, and comments that the destruction of the laboratory was not a bad thing. Then he says that if other people found out he had those genes, it would certainly force him to have a tracker implanted and to cooperate with experiments. The director then reveals that he asked Xingcun to cover up the fact that he was out on the night the Fan family's laboratory was destroyed. He also asks Lin Shi to cover up the appearance of the blue flame around Manhwa, and for now the exterminators will not investigate the institute any further. After that, King says that 5 of the people in the world are carriers of monster genes, and all of them are being monitored, because others fear that they will transform and lose control of themselves. Then the man asks how the boy is able to control his genes. However, Xingcun continues to insist that he is not the blue flame. The director, in turn, says that they need to find a way to control those genes or else everyone around them will end up getting hurt. Upon hearing that, the young man says that the blue flame may have a way to help control monster genes. However, from a human perspective, it might not be a good thing and could end up causing panic. The old man questions how something like that could happen. After that, the boy asks what he thinks monsters are, and the old man replies that he believes they are a new group that they still do not fully understand. Then Xingcun explains that all monsters are like an ant colony, and the blue flame became the king of another colony by coincidence. Immediately after, he says that, in fact, a single ant is not scary at all unless there are 5,000 of them. King is shocked to realize that the boy's plan is to become the king of all gene carriers. After that, he tells the protagonist that he is being placed in a difficult position and cannot make that choice, but he says that he will support him in whatever the young man thinks is best. Upon hearing that, the boy smiles, and he jumps on top of the director, saying that the blue flame is probably interested in taking the Monster King's subordinates in the laboratory. Shizai orders that gene carriers be gathered in a room. The young man, in turn, thinks that this is the perfect place to meet with the eternal flower. Immediately after, the plant appears on the ceiling, and it ends up frightening the boy's companion. After that, the monster begins to consume the people but says that they are still not enough, and that they are too weak because they cannot withstand its power. Then it says that it needs a body capable of enduring its strength in battle. The plant then states that once they do that for it, it will grant them greater power than they have ever had. Shizai decides to accept the creature's orders, and his companion wonders why his young master is making a deal with that monster. Xingcun tries to sneak back into his dormitory without making noise but ends up getting caught. Zhu asks what he has to say for coming back so late, and the boy asks if she would believe him if he said he was having an honest conversation with the director, but the girl doesn't seem to believe him much and starts hitting the protagonist, saying that she will only stop when she is satisfied. Immediately after, she stops and says that she will let the boy do whatever he was trying to do before. And she comments that since the boy doesn't know how to explain things, she will take the initiative. However, before she can do anything, the boy uses his tentacle to inject something into the girl. Zhu asks what he is doing, and the young man in turn responds that he is injecting his monster genes into her. The girl, upon hearing that, decides to leave the room and says that she is feeling sleepy. After lying in bed, she feels embarrassed with herself for misunderstanding everything. And she starts thinking about how the protagonist really seems to have turned over a new leaf. The next day, the boy is watching a video of Director King's granddaughter, and he comments that besides himself, she is the only one in Huasaida with the most monstrous genes. At the hospital, a wheelchair-bound boy tries to press the button on the vending machine, and the young man with him says that if he has difficulty moving, the best thing to do is to stay home. Immediately after, the man pushes the young boy out of the way and says that he is in a hurry. The boy gets irritated because he had already paid for his drink after grabbing the can. The man takes his own coins and throws them on the floor as a way of returning the money. The boy gets furious and says that he will beat him to death. However, another man appears, asking the teenager to calm down because he already got his money back nevertheless. The boy is still angry. Then the man says that his duty is to accompany him for the monster gene risk assessment, so he cannot allow the young man to get into trouble. Upon discovering that the man who took the drink says that such aggressive behavior was already expected from a monster, after that, the man turns around and comments that that kind of person is a waste of social resources. But before he can leave, an explosion almost hits him. Then Gong Xiao appears, punching the wall. The man who was with the boy says that, as class president, the girl's duty is to set an example and not cause more trouble. The girl, in turn, smiles and responds that she was just retrieving her colleague's money. Seeing that, the boy in the wheelchair is left speechless. Immediately after, Gong Xiao punches the wall again to return the coins that the man had thrown on the floor. And she says that there were still more that he had dropped at her friend's feet and questions whether he would pick them up willingly. Frightened, the man says he will pick them up immediately, and she then grabs the drink that belongs to her friend. She introduces herself, saying that she is the person with the most monster genes in Huaxia. After that, she reaches Yang and tells him they should leave quickly, or they would be late for the test. As the girl pushes him through the corridors, the boy says that carriers need to stay calm to reduce the chances of turning into creatures. However, he comments that he cannot do that, and that he will probably be equipped with a security collar by the end of the day. And then he will no longer be able to hide his identity, and if he ever loses control, his collar will instantly inject lethal poison. But instead of consoling the boy, the girl says that this is a good thing. She gives the example that when he rides the subway, people will clear the way for him to pass. Then Gong Xiao tells the boy not to think too much about it, because she believes that one day scientists will find a way to control monster genes. In the dormitory, the protagonist tells Zhu that he is going to meet the person who currently has the highest number of genes. However, the girl says she will go with him. In the elevator, a young man asks if the class president is nervous about the risk assessment. And to reassure her, he comments that he believes they won't have to use the security collars like last time. Zhu comments that apparently the protagonist likes women with white hair and purple pupils. The boy asks if she was trying to say something, but the girl avoids the topic, saying that their bus was taking too long to arrive. The Xingcun in turn responds that the vehicle's delay is indeed strange. Immediately after, the young man begins to sense a strange smell. Then a masked man appears driving the bus and says that he has already spotted the target of the assassination mission. Seeing that, the young man tells Zhu that there is a 4-star classified transcendent inside. After that, a goblin appears on his hand, and he uses it to tear a piece of metal from a bar and he hurls it at the vehicle, which ends up cutting it in half. The driver wonders how the protagonist is using only a small amount of power to condense a large quantity of simple iron elements together. Then the man jumps out of the bus, admitting that trying to kill his target by running him over was unrealistic, so he will have to go all out to complete the mission, and he thinks that this is the perfect moment to test the new abilities he gained from the Eternal Flower. But before he can do anything, Xingcun strikes him on the head. The assassin is surprised and wonders how that young man is considered only a 3-star. After that, the boy comments that his glove feels like an extension of his own body, even though it is still not comparable to his own genes. Then the young man calls the director, informing him that he has just eliminated an enemy who is clearly not a good person, and asks if he can take care of it. However, he requests that before that, someone be sent to take him to the hospital because he suspects there might be some commotion there. Xingcun tells his companion that the assassin is probably a fanatic of the Fan family, so handing him over to Xingcun might help uncover something. Immediately after, he begins thinking about the hospital because in his past life he was also there, but at that time nothing important happened. However, this time he has a bad feeling. A doctor tells Gong Xiao that her current strength is 3 times that of an ordinary person, proving that monster genes have begun to significantly affect her body, and says that she cannot allow her to walk around without a security collar after that. The girl says that she will be fine as long as her device is activated. As she leaves the room, she receives a call from her grandfather, asking if she passed the danger assessment. And the young woman responds that she failed to pass, and the old man, in turn, comments that his granddaughter is very carefree but says that everything will be fine, because someone is coming to visit her, and she may end up being freed from the monster gene collars, and he only asks that the girl cooperate, but she, in turn, questions whether it isn't just a shabby place. Immediately after, Gong Xiao says that someone might need that place more than she does. King, in turn, says that his granddaughter's situation is already extremely dangerous, and that she needs that place more than anyone else. And he explains that if something happens to her, he won't be able to face his deceased daughter after that. The young woman says that her grandfather's lifelong reputation should not be tarnished because of her. Before the old man can say anything, the girl hangs up the call. Then the director speaks to himself, saying that the protagonist must make sure to choose her. Yang feels uncomfortable while wearing the collar, and the scientists try to calm him down because if he keeps touching it, the needle with the lethal poison could be activated before the discussion continues. The boy is informed that his sister is calling, and he, in turn, asks everyone to remain silent. Upon answering the call, the boy says that he passed the danger assessment, and that he arranged to watch a movie with some classmates. A girl arrives in front of the facility, and she starts a live stream filming the place. However, after that, the ground of the area starts to crack, and the girl realizes that the hospital is sinking deeper and deeper into the ground. Then the young woman starts hearing screams calling for Yang. She begins to worry because the rock walls are collapsing, and with that, the hospital would end up being buried. There are still people inside. After that, the young woman uses her abilities to prevent the stones from hitting people. However, she ends up getting trapped along with the civilians. A young man says that they don't need to be afraid because the exterminators will protect them. The girl tells the people to leave quickly because there is another important place she needs to be. A young man says that it would be safer for them to stay together and asks where the girl is going. She, in turn, responds that she is heading to the 18th floor. And the boy says that only abnormal monster gene carriers are there. After that, he says that probably everyone there has already transformed into creatures. The young woman then says that Yang can handle the situation. Immediately after, they begin to hear a noise coming from a woman's neck and become afraid that she might be a gene carrier. The boy approaches the girl and tells her that it is his responsibility to eliminate the monsters. And she says that she will do it only if the girl loses control. Her companion tries to calm her down so that she doesn't lose control. But it's no use because the woman ends up transforming. Everyone is frightened because her boyfriend is also a creature, but before they can harm any civilians, the girl eliminates them. And she says that she will help people find a way out and tells them not to worry because the rescue team will arrive soon in a car. Someone says that for the institution's director, he is quite slow and will arrive at the destination too late. King tells the protagonist that they have received information that the hospital has collapsed, and that it was a large-scale land collapse, causing the entire place to be sealed underground by rocks along with some gene carriers. Immediately after, he orders Xingcun to take charge of rescuing the institution's students. The boy, in turn, starts thinking that something is definitely wrong, but he decides to accept the mission. However, he requests that the members of his team meet him in the cafeteria. Shang tells his sister that he can't stop eating, and that even if he eats until he bursts, he still feels hungry. Xiao Tao says that she also had that issue but drank a life essence liquid, which alleviated the hunger. The boy then says that he remembers someone stealing his life essence fluid and he says that he is going to get it back. However, his sister comments that he is much stronger now, so he should be careful not to accidentally kill someone. Immediately after, a boy appears in front of Shang because he wants to say something. And then he says that his colleague needs to leave the protagonist's team, but the boy says that he is too hungry to listen to that. Shang approaches a boy, questioning whether he is going to return the life essence fluid. However, his colleague refuses to hand it over, and then the young man prepares to land a blow on the guy who doubts that he can get past his shield. However, Shang easily breaks through the boy's defense, and he is surprised by the increase in his strength. After that, Shang Guan appears, calling for Xiao Tao and her brother because the protagonist wants them to join his team. The boy is surprised to see that the two siblings are going on a powerful mission. Gao Lingxiao tells the scientists to relax because she and her friends will not turn into monsters, and the man tells them not to forget that they are all ticking time bombs. Because, after all, every patient on that floor is a gene carrier, and if someone gets bitten, they will also turn into one of those things. And there are also some staff members who are very valuable to society. Then the scientist says that if it were up to him, he would kill them all to eliminate any future threats. Gao Lingxiao scowls and says that is way too extreme, but ignores all of that and goes to tell Yang that now both of them have those security collars so they can ride the subway together. After that, she tells the boy that he should show some passion, because there will always be people who love them as long as the sky doesn't fall. However, the girl's speech is interrupted by an earthquake. Immediately after, everyone begins floating due to the lack of gravity, but soon gravity returns and the debris starts falling on everyone. However, the scientist saves them all and says that at that moment, they are all extremely dangerous. Gao Lingxiao tells him to relax and not let it affect him, because his prejudice will make him lose the focus he needs. After that, a monster attacks the doctor from behind and the entire group watches as he gets devoured. Then they decide that they need to get out of there immediately because that monster will evolve as soon as it finishes its meal. However, the glass and doors on that floor are bulletproof and the nurses are armed. Two women observe the young people, ready to shoot at any suspicious movement. After that, the boys realize that another creature is approaching. A young man says that even if they manage to stay in control, they will eventually turn into monsters once they are bitten. Gao Lingxiao suggests that they get out of there. And then she punches the ground, creating a hole to the floor below. After falling, the girl says that as long as they stay in control, everything will be fine. On the surface, the hospital's vice president states that the place is buried under rocks, so the people down there are in a very delicate situation. Then he explains that they will need to carry out a rescue operation with the utmost care to maintain the balance between the rocks and the hospital. However, after some calculations, they discover that there are 2 safe points in the waterways leading to the hospital. And then he explains that the operation will be led by 2 extermination teams that will deal with the monsters in the sewer system and the gene carriers inside the hospital. At the end of the mission, the site will reward each team that helps, and for every person rescued, they will receive 10,000 and a vial of life essence fluid as a reward. Xiao arrives at the entrance, requesting her team's registration, and the old woman comments that she has never heard of them and questions whether they are a newly formed team. After that, the woman says that she wants more experienced people, But her eager assistant mentions that no other teams are available. The old woman then says that the hospital's reputation must be low because of her, and the nurse tries to cheer her up. Immediately after, Shio says that they are ready for the mission. And then she informs someone on her phone that they have secured the 2 points and that they can stop blocking the others on the first route. Xingcun will lead the group. Meanwhile, on the second route, the protagonist comments that there is something suspicious about that collapse, so he asks the team not to get involved. However, the people do not listen and continue moving forward. Seeing that, the boy decides to use his gauntlet to stop them after preventing everyone from advancing. Xingcun says that they should not move forward for the sake of everyone's safety. But the people end up getting irritated and start thinking that the boy is being arrogant. The young man gets nervous and says that he was just joking and that they cannot fight within their institution. Then the protagonist proposes a challenge where they will face each other and the last one to leave a circle will be the winner. And then he says that everyone can come at him together and that they don't have to worry because he won't call them cowards. A girl says that the last time she did that challenge, her opponent wet his pants. A young man in turn says that he won't need anyone's help because he will face Xingcun alone after that. He says that the boy is using his transcended power as a core to condense a large amount of iron into his sword. However, bigger weapons aren't always better, so every time he does that, he ends up consuming a lot of his power and won't be able to last long. Immediately after, he warns the protagonist to be careful because his sword is indestructible. The young man then thanks him for the advice. However, he reveals that this is the only move he knows and that he hasn't had the chance to learn other techniques yet, and now that he has the genes, he just wants to see what kind of massive weapon he can create using all of them. Seeing this, the man is surprised when he notices that the weight of the sword has cracked the ground. Everyone is astonished to see the young man holding his weapon with sheer brute strength. After that, Xingcun asks with a mischievous look if his opponent is ready. The man wonders if the boy is actually planning to hit him with that gigantic weapon. The boy comments that even though the sword is massive, it is still difficult to wield. Immediately after, the young man decides to take the initiative in the battle. However, his attack doesn't even leave a scratch on the weapon. Xingcun, in turn, with a simple swing of the sword, sends everyone near him flying. And the protagonist is amazed by the power of the weapon. The people get up unharmed but comment that it was pretty embarrassing. Meanwhile, the boy keeps swinging his sword back and forth, saying that it is perfect for the circle game. A girl gets irritated by the situation and says that she will destroy him. Half an hour passes and the protagonist says that he has significantly improved his skill and that now that the dust has settled, he is taking a break. Then the young man thanks everyone and says that next time he will repay them with an incredible surprise. The others in turn stare at the boy, wondering what kind of trouble he is planning. A loudspeaker announces to the hospital survivors that the exterminators have begun the rescue mission, and it asks those in danger to find a safe place to wait for the rescue. Inside a dark room, Gongxiu asks her companions to stay silent, or they will be found by the monsters. After that, she says that they just need to wait there until reinforcements arrive, and that there are many guards in that place, so they only need to eliminate the creatures outside. However, she starts to wonder why she hasn't seen any other security personnel besides the one escorting them. A boy begins to sweat and comments that maybe things have gone wrong, but the girl tries to calm him down, saying there's a chance the guards are just late for their shifts. Immediately after, everyone hears a roar coming from behind the door. However, Gongxiu comments that apparently whatever is in the hallway has no idea they are hiding there, but one of the boys begins to lose control, and the group tries to. But the young man says that he is too weak to keep fighting, and then he ends up transforming into a monster, causing the creature outside to notice the group's presence in the room. A boy suggests that they should get out of there, but the girl responds that they can't because there might be monsters outside. Yang says that he will deal with a transformed companion and tells the class president to find a way out. Then he says that he had already lost hope since he was a high-risk transporter. However, before anything happens, a blue flame appears in the room, and the young people realize that the monster with them has fallen into the hole that formed. Seeing this, the teenagers wonder if the exterminators have arrived for the rescue. The boy comments that the blue flame can only belong to a fourth-stage monster or possibly a transcendent, but he decides to believe that it's an exterminator because if it were a creature, they wouldn't still be alive. However, he starts finding it strange that the rescue team isn't making any noise on the lower floors. Immediately after, he decides to go down to check, but the girl orders Yang to stop him from descending. After holding him back, the boy comments that this exit is probably a way out. Gongxiu states that there is a transcendent who uses blue flame, but there are also monsters with this ability. And then she tells them to be careful because it was their caution that kept them alive until now. The young man, in turn, says that he is afraid of becoming a monster. The girl enforces a smile onto her colleague's face and tells him to always keep a fake smile because that way, his brain will be tricked and he won't be able to transform. After that, Yang says that the hallway is too quiet and that maybe the creatures have gone far enough for them to try to escape. However, when he slightly opens the door, the boy finds a hallway packed with monsters. The boy tells the others that they are completely blocked in and that they are lucky not to have been discovered. Then he asks the class president what they should do since they are trapped. And he starts to find it strange that he hasn't seen any exterminators in the hospital, but they remember that Yang's sister was supposed to visit him and try to calm him down on the 4th floor of the radiology department. A group of survivors reaches a safe area. Rabbit wonders if there is no more danger. 2 people appear saying that the hospital crisis has been resolved and that now they just need to wait for their colleagues outside. They are Shizang's subordinates who say that they have already rescued everyone who was trapped. The girl in turn sees the security guards lying on the ground, and the man explains that they had never had such a major incident before, so they are exhausted. However, the girl finds it strange that all of them are resting at the same time. Immediately after, the man tells the young woman to rest too as they are already there. Looking into his eyes, the girl realizes that this is a mind-influencing ability. Rabbit says she doesn't need to rest and asks if they have already rescued the people on the 18th floor. The young man's companion explains that the floor is currently inaccessible because the 15th floor automatically locks in any dangerous situation, but they shouldn't worry because everyone is probably in their rooms. The girl in turn questions what they are going to do about the medical team, and the woman then says that they won't be prioritizing those people. After that, she asks if the young woman is planning to go to the 18th floor. Rabbit says that she will look for a way around from the outside. However, Shizang's subordinates don't like the girl's decision at all. At the exit, someone says that they had already warned that stabilizing the collapsed structure with transcendence powers would take an hour. But the old woman says that those trapped underground are at risk, so the sooner they are rescued, the better. However, the man gets irritated and says that they cannot proceed without proper preparation. Then he shouts at the woman, telling her not to interfere anymore. Xingcun steps into the middle of the argument, questioning whether the man will take responsibility if someone dies because of the slow rescue. The young man gets furious and thinks about how arrogant that boy is. But before he can start yelling at the young man, he feels an overwhelming presence. Leaving him completely speechless, the protagonist smiles and asks why the man is shaking. After that, he orders the old man to step aside and let them pass, and the man tries to explain the situation. But Xingcun interrupts, warning that if he says anything else, she will eliminate him. After they pass the man, he wonders what just happened. Immediately after, Xingcun says that this must be the work of the Fan family. The old man, in turn, questions what the boy is talking about. And the young man then responds that he has finally understood. After that, the man becomes frightened and starts wondering what the protagonist knows. Rabbit decides to flee, and the woman asks if she is planning to use the elevator shaft to go up. And then she says that this route has already been blocked by debris and claims that they will help her rescue the people who are trapped. However, as they turn the corner, they don't find the girl. Immediately after, the girl flies past them, explaining that in such a quiet space, the wind reveals all small movements, and at that moment, those people's movements clearly indicated that they were about to attack her. Rabbit asks what they did to the security guards and what they are planning. But the young man uses his psychic explosion ability, causing the girl to feel an intense headache. The girl is scared because those people are actually trying to kill her. After that, the woman tries to strike the young woman with an attack, but she manages to dodge it. Rabbit realizes that if she were hit by that attack, she would definitely be destroyed into pieces, and that the young man is also a 4-star transcendent, making her wonder where they came from. Immediately after, the guy uses another of his psychic attacks. His companion says that she will take the chance to land a hit on the young woman. Upon receiving the attack, Rabbit is seriously injured. The woman says that she will destroy her in a way that makes it look like a monster attack so that no one suspects anything. But before she is finished off, the girl uses her wind abilities to fly away. The young man orders his companion to go after her, but she hesitates because that area is sealed off by young Master Fan. However, he says that if their boss plan is disrupted, they will be in serious trouble. As they walk through the tunnel, the woman wonders what her master's plan is. After that, one of them steps on some tree roots, but the man says they just need to find Rabbit, and the woman, in turn, comments that by now their target is probably already dead. However, the young man replies that his duty is to find her dead or alive. In another tunnel, a man comments that the team distribution was irrational because Xingcun was assigned to that group. Cho says that all of this happened because the director made his granddaughter the priority, which is why he placed strong people with them. The man in front makes a hole in the wall and tells the others that the rescue scene is finally ready. The team then reaches the civilians and asks them to stay calm because they are safe somewhere else. A girl opens another tunnel and asks her partner to protect her while she expands the rescue channel. But she gets furious when she realizes that he is no longer there. The woman turns back looking for her colleague, and the person being rescued asks her to stay focused, but the girl gets even more upset and tells the civilian to keep quiet. While the protagonist walks through the corridors, he finds one of the security guards unconscious. However, when he makes the man smell his own foot, he suddenly wakes up. After that, the guard decides to try waking up his companions. Xingcun comments that Gongxiu is probably on the 18th floor, but he realizes that the way to the elevator is blocked by debris. Then he says that if they can't go up through the elevator shaft, they should take the stairs. However, the young man starts to sense the scent of transcendent genes. Upon reaching a wall, he can sense signs of a fight on the other side, and also a familiar smell. After making a hole in the wall, he begins to wonder if the Fan family is conducting some kind of operation. Immediately after, he comes across several tree roots, and he comments that the flame demon is also involved in this. Xingcun says that it's like a predator working together with its prey. After that, he starts laughing at how ridiculous it is. But the noise he causes ends up attracting the attention of the root monsters. The protagonist thinks that's a good thing, because now he won't have to waste time looking for the Fan family's laboratory to find that flame demon. However, the bad news is that he has no chance of defeating it because that demon has the power of a 5th stage being. Immediately after, he says that he had hoped it would be easier, since both he and his companions have become stronger, but apparently, that demon isn't giving them time to level up. And now, to make things worse, it has teamed up with the Fan family to cause problems on the outside. After that, he says that those tentacles are fast, but far too weak compared to that terrifying figure, and he comments that he believes the demon hasn't been fully revived yet, so it won't be bold enough to use all of his power. Immediately after, he uses his abilities to defeat the vines and comments that their master doesn't have enough power to take on the world. And then he realizes that the demon hasn't fed on the security personnel yet, and that it is probably looking for something more special. After that, he concludes that it might be after Gong Xiao and the monster gene carriers. Xingcun says that transcendent powers can no longer cause substantial damage. So, he decides to try his 4-star monster form. Immediately after, the protagonist undergoes a transformation that turns his hair blue. And with just one movement of his arm, he lands a powerful attack on the creature. The young man starts laughing and says that apparently the monster cannot stop him. However, another monstrous vine appears, and the young man wonders why there are so many of them. But he manages to dodge and says that he needs to find a way to avoid all those tentacles and head straight for the 18th floor. After that, the young man starts passing through walls, and says that if he continues at that pace, he will end up getting lost. Meanwhile, Rabbit continues to take a beating from the woman who tells the young girl not to worry about going to the 18th floor because she and her brother probably aren't that close. Then she grabs the girl's head and asks if she regrets helping those overwhelmed monsters. But the girl doesn't respond and simply spits in her face. The woman becomes furious and says that the girl must die by her hands. However, the protagonist appears, breaking through the wall behind him, saying that he sensed 3 familiar scents. The woman asks who the boy is. He, in turn, doesn't answer and asks if his companion's injuries were caused by them. The woman becomes enraged that another transcendent is invading places he shouldn't be and decides to attack him as well. Xingcun blocks the attack with just his hands. The woman then wonders how the young man managed to deflect her mercury explosion with only his hands. Immediately after, the protagonist grabs her head and slams it against the ground. And he finds it amusing because he was pretending to burn her when, in reality, he was secretly absorbing. The man is shocked to see a blue flame. Xingcun, in turn, says that if he reveals the Fan family's plans, he will ensure his safety, but the man decides to flee. However, he ends up being attacked by the vines, and the young man says that he is just food that helps the monsters. After leaving the area, the protagonist tries to wake up Rabbit, who had fainted. The girl wakes up, saying that she's fine, just a little embarrassed. and she asks if every time she is in danger, the young man will descend from the skies to save her. However, the boy kills the mood by dropping her on the ground, saying that she's just talking nonsense and asked to be taken to the 18th floor, suggesting that she used the same technique she used in the forest to make them fly. Rabbit, in turn, says that her arms are broken so she will have to use her legs, but the protagonist must carry her the whole time. The boy says that apparently the girl is strangely enjoying the idea, but he decides to accept the conditions when he realizes that monsters are approaching, and then the girl quickly uses her abilities to make them levitate upward. Xingcun uses his strength to help them pass through the floors. And he comments that from the looks of it, those creatures are all over the building. Immediately after, he thinks about how his companion managed to infuse countless wind elements throughout the upper space, allowing them to find the ideal route as quickly as possible. After that, the girl says that she used a lot of energy avoiding those two, but she promises not to collapse until she rescues her brother. The protagonist says that he will give her a boost. And then the boy starts pinching the girl's thighs, making her embarrassed. However, the young man knows that this is like a monster gene injection to give her a stimulus. Immediately after, Rabbit realizes that her transcended genes seem to be on fire, and that her power is gradually restoring. Shirzai meets with the Eternal Flower and says that he managed to trap the target, and that no one would suspect that the blue flame is a monster. And he says that when he discovered that it had stolen the rain, it was likely to seek out strong gene carriers being able to roughly judge its true identity, confirming the implementation of that trap. After that, the creature says that the young man deserves a reward for his efforts. Upon receiving its power, the monster orders the boy to go after his prey, but asks him to land the final blow. Immediately after, the flower says that there was a lot of interference from food on the other side, but it decides to leave that mission to its first subordinate. After that, it comments that it had already won the game from the very beginning. Yang tells the others that there are now some strange moving plants in the hallway. Gong Xiao punches the wall to create a new exit, and her companion becomes worried that she is losing control. However, she reassures him, saying that she is calm but with a hole in the wall. Some of those monstrous vines begin entering the room. The boy says that it's the same plant he saw in the hole in the ground, and the girl comments that it looks more like a tentacle that will drag her to hell. Then the group wonders where those things came from. Yang says that they can't escape through the door because there are still monsters in the hallway. After that, Shirzai appears among the tentacles. The young man is relieved because he believes he is there to save them. But then the boy starts laughing, saying that he didn't come to help them, and the young man says that it is his duty to save civilians. However, Shirzai says that those teenagers don't deserve to be saved because they aren't even human. Immediately after, he asks who would go through the trouble of rescuing them, and then he fires at the young man afterward. He uses his vines to trap the remaining boys. Xingcun appears, breaking through the wall of the room. Seeing that, Shirzai says that he finally understands why he lost to a child the last time. The protagonist begins to think that his opponent has truly seen through his identity. After that, Shirzai lunges at the duo using his mutated arm. Rabbit is frightened and wonders what his powers are. However, the girl is suddenly thrown by the boy, who orders her to find a way to save the people. The girl then reaches her brother, asking if he is okay. Meanwhile, Xingcun manages to block the opponent's attack. With such power, Rabbit wonders if this is really a battle between transcendents. Immediately after, the tentacles charge at the boys who are there. The young woman thinks that she will have to destroy all those monsters at once without hurting the children, but she feels that she will be able to complete this task because all her genes started going wild where the blue flame touched her thigh. After that, the girl uses her winds, which are now even stronger, and she decides to call that attack the Tornado of Love. Shirzai tells the protagonist that he was only defeated last time because of bad luck. However, he says that this time he also has the power of a monster, and that the demon who granted him that power could never be equaled. Immediately after, he unleashes a powerful attack against the boy. After that, he comments that his demon was able to kill 17 4-star rank transcendents worldwide with that very move. And then he asks what ability the boy's monster has granted him. But Shirzai says that he will find a way for the protagonist to also receive the power of the flame demon, and that if a young man hands over his reign to the demon, everything will be forgiven. However, Xingcun says that he has finally discovered the power that resides in his opponent's body and asks if he truly knows what he is doing. Zai, in turn, responds that he is pushing everyone to their peak so they can gain control of their own lives in return. Upon hearing that, the protagonist tells his opponent that he is being an idiot because he is slowly dragging humanity into hell. Then he says that hunters will never cooperate with their prey. Xingcun then charges at his opponent, saying that he is acting like a slave to a monster. After that, he pierces Zai with one of the bones from his arm. The young man, in turn, says that he doesn't mind being a slave to the creatures as long as he having that power. Immediately after, he attacks the protagonist, saying that he is saving the world and thought that he would understand his feelings. And Xingcun responds that he doesn't like to degrade himself. After that, the boy manages to break through his opponent's attack and land a direct hit on his face. The young man tells Zai that he is going to end up dying because the monster's power in his body is devouring his transcended genes. Then he says that he can remove it from his body, but the young man refuses to return to the human side. However, Xingcun decides to remove it anyway, causing the young man to become furious for making him lose his powers. Zai then commands one of his plants to attack the protagonist from behind, and he compares him to a fish that has fallen into a trap. So the video ends here. If you don't want to miss the next part, activate the notification bell, and see you next time on Tab's channel.